Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm Chairman of Planning Committee, and we'll be chairing this afternoon's meeting here at Fenland. Welcome to all those members of the press and the public who are joining us via the live stream. Before we begin, can I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn mobiles and computers to silent and ensure when using the microphones the red light is on and turned off when you finish speaking. We now go to agenda item number 1. I'd like to ask member services for any apologies for absence, and today it's Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman. No apologies for absence. However, I'd just like to draw members' attention that Gavin Taylor, Principal Planning Officer, is joining us remotely today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the meeting of the 13th of November 2024. Do I have a proposer to approve the minutes? Councillor French, Councillor Gersten seconded it. All those in favour of that, please. That's unanimous. Yep, thank you. Those minutes have been approved. Now we'll go to item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and please can you state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item this afternoon. So over to you again, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Joe. There's one application here that falls under Chatteris. I'm a Chatteris Town Councillor, but I always leave the room when any aspects of planning come up for discussion at Town Council. And as always, I do know Mr Hall from Morton Hall, but as always I will approach this with an open mind.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Yes, thank you, Joe. In previous applications, I declare that I know the applicant, as I've lived in Doddington for some 6 years, and I represent Doddington and other villages on this administration and Cambridgeshire County Council at present. And in the past, I bought plants from the business that the applicant owns, but I do not socialise with him or any of his family, and haven't spoken to him for the last 20 or so months approximately. Going on from there, I've been lobbied on applications 5, 6 and 10. But I'd just like to say, just as I'm on the thing now, I'll leave that for later. Thank you. Yeah, 5, 6 and 10. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a member of Mark Town Council but take no part. I have been lobbied on application agenda 5, 6, 11. I will not take any part as it is near where I live. And item 8, I do purchase plants from Mega Plants, but I don't have any association with the company or the owners.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gershner.
No declarations, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mafferdon.
Thank you. Agenda item 13. Matthew Hall is working on a project for me. That's the only thing I have to declare. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I've been lobbied on item 6, number 8, item 8, which is, again, my family use mega plants, but I do not socialise with the owner. And on item 13, the Savage family live in Maney, and I deal with the father on a number of subjects via the parish council and also via FDC as well. However, I remain impartial.
Thank you. Councillor Senate-Clough.
Thank you. I've been lobbied on item 6. That's it. And of course, I will remain open-minded as always.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Benny.
Thank you. Listening to everybody else, I also shop at Mega Plants. I think I've been there probably 3 times in my whole life. I don't socialise with the applicant and have no connections at all. I'll approach that in an open mind. And also, Mr Savage's application. His father was a couple of years younger than me at school, so I do know him or know of him more than know him. But I'd just like to state for the record that before we carry on any further, but I'll approach all of them with an open mind, and I do not socialise with anybody.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. I'm sure Joe's got that noted. Thank you. So continuing, we'll now go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on a plan and application when invited to do so. However, I shall be initially asking for if anybody's going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming or that proposal fails, I'll be looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that any such proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So before I hand over to David to present the next application, I'll just say this. As we have a large agenda to get through this afternoon, may I respectfully ask members not to reiterate what other members' comments they've made. If they have anything to add to the debate, I would encourage members obviously to do this, as I do not wish and have no intention of stifling debate. So it's a lot, so we all want to get home before 10 o'clock tonight, don't we, Councillor French? Okay. So now, without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan, Development Manager here at Fenland, to present application FY/YR24/0835/0, agenda item number 5. So David, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 5 dwellings, land north of Antwerp House, Gosmore Lane, Elm. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this application. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. It forms an area of undeveloped scrubland at the corner of Gosmore Lane, which runs to the south, and Collettsbridge Lane, which is sort of to the northeast, with agricultural land to the west. The site is within flood zone 1. While the application is in outline with all matters reserved, an indicative layout plan has been provided. This illustrates an estate type arrangement with one access serving 3 dwellings running sort of north-south, and then 2 dwellings fronting Gosmore Lane served by individual access points. To the west of the site, shown adjacent to the green strip on the slide, is a proposed ditch which has been put forward by the applicant as part of the drainage strategy for the site. But the plan clearly shows this is outside the red line boundary of the application site. Members may recall that a similar application was considered at the February Planning Committee meeting, when it was resolved by the committee to refuse the application. Following this resolution, the application was withdrawn by the applicant before the decision notice could be formally issued. So that previous application was resolved to be refused with a reason for refusal regarding surface water drainage. As indicated, a surface water drainage strategy has been submitted as part of this application, which involves the creation of a new ditch to the west of the site to run north to connect to the wider drainage network. And this wider system is shown on this drawing here. However, this ditch sits outside the red line boundary and would entail works comprising development and needing planning permission in their own right, and as such the ditch cannot be considered as part of this application. Notwithstanding this, the necessary modelling has not currently been undertaken to allow for the Internal Drainage Board to confirm if this drainage proposal would be acceptable. So this slide shows relevant recent applications for planning permission in the vicinity of the site. So that the southern site, sort of in green, was granted in 2022, with members at the time considering that site to be infill. Then you've got a northern site, which is more in sort of blue, which has been refused 4 times under the current local plan, dismissed twice on appeal, the most recent of those decisions being in November 2023, with the inspector considering that the sporadic nature of development on the western side of Collettsbridge Lane and the affinity of the site with the open countryside would result in the proposal not constituting an infill site and would harm the character and appearance of the area. It's considered that the conclusions of the inspector in that case or those cases are relevant and material to the determination of this application also. So moving on to photos of the site, photos 1 and 3 are from the junction of Collettsbridge Lane and Gosmore Lane with the application site effectively kind of behind the road sign. Photo 2 is facing south from Collettsbridge Lane, taken from the northern corner of the site. Photo 4 is facing east from Gosmore Lane, the application site, and the built form of College Bridge Lane can be seen in the background. And photo 5 is facing north from Gosmore Lane, across the application site, with photo 6 facing northeast from Gosmore Lane to existing dwellings on College Bridge Lane. Just for reference, photos 1 to 4 were taken regarding the previous application in November 2023. Photos 5 and 6 were taken more recently in October of this year. But as you can see, there's been no real change in the overall character of the site since the consideration of that previous application. As referred to within the update report, the application site does form a residential allocation within the emerging local plan. However, given the very early stage which the plan is at and the significant number of unresolved objections, it is considered that no weight should be afforded to this allocation, and indeed when considering that previous application, members gave no weight to this. In respect to the current development plan, the principle of developing this site is not supported, as it is not considered to adjoin the existing developed footprint as defined by policy LP12, and will not constitute a single dwelling infill site contrary to policy LP3 when looking at College Bridge College Bridge sort of position within the settlement hierarchy. Furthermore, it's considered the proposal will result in an enclosure and urbanisation of open countryside to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area, eroding the existing open rural character, and could arguably set a precedent for further developments as well. And additionally, it is not considered that the proposed drainage strategy has shown that the site can be adequately drained at this time. Consequently, the officer recommendation is to refuse the application as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you very much, David. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Peter Bryant. He's an objector to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. So when you get nicely seated, your time will start. So don't rush, take your time, and no worries. You just take your time. Make sure it's just for clarity. Could you just make sure that it's on when you speak and it's off when anyone else wants to ask you any questions or clarifications, because the YouTube doesn't pick it up. So,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. We're here to represent the hamlet of College Bridge, who asked the council to uphold their local plan and to show it cares about highway and flooding safety by voting unanimously to refuse, as you did the near identical application earlier this year. The officer's report asserts the ELP has little impact, and this morning's report confirms that, so it can be safely ignored. It should go without saying, but this application comprehensively fails to meet the local plan. The west side of College Bridge is a place that officers, the committee and planning inspectors have all agreed it is predominantly open to the surrounding countryside with a handful of sporadic dwellings. This application of a mini estate drives a coach and horses through DM3. Clearly, this proposal will be in total opposition to the form of the settlement and adversely harm its character and appearance. The red marks show a concentrated objection to development on this site from residents, the parish council and both FDC councillors. The more distant green marks show the residential support for the plan as supplied by the applicant's agent. It paints a very clear picture. Highway's first response to the application for this site required displays of 215 metres in either direction or a traffic speed survey to show speeds are low enough. The applicant has done neither. This application claims a 69-metre display, which is safe for speeds of about 40 miles an hour for light vehicles. Yet this road is the only approved route for HGVs attending Fenland 24/7. And it is immediately adjacent to both a blind junction and a dangerous crossroads. Even then, the display goes through the hedge in the picture, a hedge that's not in the control of the applicant, and over decades, Highways have never taken action about this hedge. Highways' follow-up, indicating acceptability, then rested entirely on the phrase, would be unable to build up speed. As was shown in the next slide, this statement is an evidence-free assertion. These are the actual speeds achieved safely during a test by us. When cars exit College Bridge Lane, vehicles from the left can be travelling at over 30 miles an hour when first seen. Thus, drivers have about 2 seconds of clear visible road, and that includes HGVs necessarily cutting the corner into Gosmore Lane from the 1101. This is unsafe, so much so that some locals will not turn right into Gosmore Lane because they find it too dangerous. It's only mitigated because there's a 1/4 mile of clear road to the right towards Elm without any junctions. When clear, this gives drivers 15 seconds to focus entirely on avoiding traffic to the left. This application destroys that mitigation, dropping those 15 seconds to 1 or 2, thus making the junction dangerous in both directions. This picture is the driver's eye view. After an extended email conversation that was copied to our county and district councillors, including Councillor French, Highways eventually acknowledged that this junction does not comply with highway safe standards because of poor visibility. We in the parish council assert the application further endangers College Bridge residents by reducing visibility times to 2 seconds in either direction. Highways state their professional judgment is that this is safe. However, they offer no metrics, no standards to support this. They don't even have a speed survey, as originally requested of the applicant, to consider if this could be safe. We strongly disagree with Highways. If 2 seconds to the left is dangerous, then 2 seconds to the right is dangerous, and would create a road configuration with enormous potential for injuries, damage and death. We reject Highways' judgment that it is safe and invite the committee to do so as well. This picture tells 1,000 words. The quote is taken from paragraph 5.2 of the conclusion in the applicant's own drainage strategy. The site floods pretty much all year round, is covered with reeds and marshy flora. As officers report, the remedial drainage strategy is outside the red line boundary and must be disregarded, and the IDB cannot even confirm if the mitigation would work. With the drainage strategy disqualified from consideration, MLC's previous concerns stand and state clearly the site is unsuitable for development, and MLC's hydraulic modelling is not even available. The county's principal risk officer stated at a recent public meeting that the current system cannot cope and there's nowhere for the water to go. In conclusion, there's no local support. It fails to meet numerous LP policies and particularly drives the coach and horses through DM3. It severely increases highway dangers and the existing flood and drainage issues remain and cannot be resolved.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I look forward to answering any questions you may have. In the meantime, as this image is worth 1,000 more words from me, I'll leave it for you to consider. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Excellent. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Bryan and Councillor French is first.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bryan, I didn't hear what you said. You didn't mention my name. Can you tell me in what context?
You were amongst the councillors I wrote to on the highways. I copied you as my area councillor for county district, along with councillors Count, Roy and Summers.
Yep.
On the highways issue.
Yeah, I did actually see in the interest that I had been lobbied, so that it's recorded. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else at all? No, thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. We'll just give you a minute to get nicely comfortably seated. Righty-ho. Now I'd like to invite Chris Walford. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. Again, when you're nicely seated, you have 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. As we've heard, this is an outline application for 5 building plots. It's in flood zone 1 and it is an allocated site within the emerging draft local plan. The site abuts the built form on College Bridge and also extends no further down Gosmore Lane than the existing residential development. On the opposite side of the road is a building plot that was approved by the committee in 2022, and it was also at the time recommended for refusal by planners and contrary to policy for similar reasons. In our opinion, this is a logical development helping to sustain local amenities and contribute towards the local housing need. This submission is accompanied by a detailed surface water drainage strategy that was commissioned following the concerns of middle level and the committee at the last meeting. We are proposing a new open channel drain on the applicant's land to the west of the site, which connects up to an existing drainage network on the northern drain, to the north on a drain. The strategy demonstrates that all surface water can be attenuated on site via storage crates and then discharged into the open ditch at greenfield rate. This ditch could have technically been a closed pipe underground, but we felt that an open channel was more favourable towards ecological and environmental benefits, and it also acts as a physical barrier between our site and future development, because I know there was a concern that this might lead to future development down Gosmore Lane. So a drain there would help prevent that. So the other benefit for us is that since the resubmission, B&G has kicked in the biodiversity net gain, and we've been able to use that drain as an environmental asset that we can do off-site rather than in the red line. So yeah, well, that's why it's a sort of two-pronged attack on that one. So middle level commented on the revised submission, and they said that the applicant has made considerable effort in trying to resolve the drainage issues and flood risk raised previously, including the formation of a new open channel to serve the proposed development. If dealt with correctly, this watercourse may have wider benefits in lowering the water level within the hamlet. Now, I know there's been picked up on that the hydraulic modelling calcs aren't available yet, but we must stress that our drainage strategy shows that we're attenuating the water on site and it will be discharged at greenfield rate. So regardless of what the calcs offer or bring up, essentially we don't actually need a discharge. That water can be put into the ditch at greenfield without consent. So I'm struggling to see why we need to wait for modelling calcs to confirm that's acceptable. And then finally, we've now accompanied the application with an ecology appraisal to overcome or address concerns with wildlife, and also then had to bring it up to the standard for biodiversity net gain, and we've shown full compliance with that policy as well. Finally, yeah, Highways have supported the proposal. I know I heard in the objectives comments that there were concerns with visibility, but it is an outline application. We're not committing access. We could go to a single access point. This is just an indicative scheme. We could go to a single point access, move it along away from that hedge of concern if there is. But yeah, at the end of the day, Highways have said there's no concern from their part. So happy to discuss.
Right, thank you very much. Members, questions to Mr. Walford? You know what to do if you've got any. Raise your hand as usual. No, thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? Councillor French.
Yes, it's only a few months since we actually recommended refusal on this, and it was deferred and withdrawn before the notice went out. What is actually different, apart from we're talking about the discharge of drainage water?
Through you, Chairman. In terms of the indicative details submitted, nothing's changed from the previous application. The only change is the introduction of the drainage ditch, which, as indicated in the presentation, doesn't actually form part of the actual application site.
Okay, anybody else got any questions for officers at all? No? No, last chance? No, okay. Now, like members to debate the item in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to kick it off, please raise your hand. Councillor French, I was looking at you. You're a saviour at times.
Thank you. Yes, having got the answers from officers, I can't see any difference. Yes, it's in the emerging local plan, but as we know, the emerging local plan is far from anywhere to be approved. And I don't see that this committee can make any other decision apart from the decision we made a few months ago.
Okay, thank you, Councillor French. Anybody else at all? As I said, don't want to stifle debate. If anybody else has got anything to add, and it doesn't appear that they have, I haven't got anything else to add. No, the debate's finished. Officers, have you got anything to? No. So I'm looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this. Councillor French is proposing it. Who wants to second it? I'm happy to second it. So we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this. Councillor French is proposing it, I'm seconding it. Can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
That has been refused. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'll hand over to David again to present.
Chairman, can we just hang until Mr. Bright leaves?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you very much. Now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 23/0208F, agenda item number 6. So David, again, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full planning application to erect an extension to an existing agricultural grain store and various associated works at Knowles Transports, Maney Road, Wimblington. The application is part retrospective in its nature. Initially draw members' attention to the update report that has been circulated in respect to this application, and would also draw members' attention to additional representations which have been received, several of which I believe have actually been sent directly to members of the planning committee. In summary, these further representations dispute the conclusions of the County Council Highways Department in respect to this application, and raise concerns regarding the safety implications of the repositioned access and the amendments to the speed limit. It's considered that these issues are largely addressed by the latest comments from the Highway Authority, which are contained within the update report. So the application site sits effectively on the corner of the A141, which sort of runs to the west of the site, and then just north of Maney Road to the east of the main part of Wimblington. On the opposite side of the A141, just visible on that location plan, is the Church of St Peter, a Grade 2 listed building. And as set out within the report, the site has been used for storage purposes for several years, with approval given for various buildings and extensions within that time. So planning permission was granted at appeal in March 2018 for an extension to the existing building along with other associated works. And this scheme is shown on the plan on screen. The extension is shown in the sort of the lighter brown colour to the left of the pre-existing building. The access can be seen in front of this, and then there was to be a tunnel feature proposed to allow access through to the yard at the rear. It's considered that this approval by the planning inspector is material to the determination of the current application. However, on construction, the development on site has deviated from the approved plans, and the current application seeks to regularise those changes. So the site plan for the current application is now shown on screen. The actual footprint of the extension is pretty much the same, and is intended again to have a tunnel feature running from the back to the front of the building to access the yard, albeit this is a narrower tunnel. The yard area itself will be a larger expanse of hard standing with no attenuation feature on the surface at least. There would be crating, however, under the surface to allow for some drainage attenuation, and that attenuation visible attenuation feature is now to be provided on the front of the site, in front of the pre-existing building, which you can hopefully make out on the plans. The position of the access has moved to the east and would also be wider than that originally approved. To ensure the safety of this, the existing 50 to 60 or 60 to 50 speed limit change would be pushed from in front of the site to a position further east beyond the property shown on this plan as green acres, and hopefully you can just make out a red line at the very right hand of the plan on Maney Road, which is where that speed sign would be, or is proposed to be relocated. So the necessary traffic regulation order has already been granted by the County Council to allow this to take place. So the elevations of the previously approved scheme are shown here for reference. As you can see, it was a sort of a double gable arrangement with then the open element allowing access through the building to the rear. And the as-built elevations are shown here. Again, you can see that instead of being that double gable, it's now a single gable, larger expanse of roofing, which has resulted in the height of that extension being increased by approximately 1.9 metres. However, given the overall scale of the proposal, this is not considered to have an additional detrimental visual impact over and above that of the approved scheme, or to result in any further harm to the nearby listed church. Also evident on these plans is the narrower tunnel arrangement, which I referred to earlier. Again, that narrower tunnel arrangement is evident here. This is the as-built plan compared to the originally approved plan. And then we've got photos of the frontage of the site are shown here. So the upper left image, you can see the church tower just to sort of the left-hand side of that, and the visual relationship between the extension as built and the church. And you can also just see on the lower image not only the tunnel arrangement, but also where the existing de-restricted speed limit sign is as well, just in front of the site. That speed limit changes is shown in more detail on the upper left image. So the proposal is that would then be moved back beyond the white house in the middle of the picture to extend that speed limit sort of outwards and achieve greater visibility. And again, we've got then on the remaining two photos just details of the sort of the yard area, the rear of the building. And then further photos showing the rear yard area, the rear of the building. The lower image shows the covered canopy providing that tunnel, and then the upper image is just the boundary treatment to the A141. So as indicated, the application seeks to regularise development not carried out in accordance with the originally approved plans. The increase in the height and design of the building is not considered to give rise to any additional adverse visual impacts. The changes to the surface water attenuation arrangements are accepted by the LLFA and can be reasonably secured through condition. The traffic regulation order to adjust the speed limit in the vicinity of the site is in place, and this would enable the visibility from the access to be to the acceptable standard, and accordingly the access revisions are accessible to the Highway Authority and again can be secured through condition. Issues raised around the implications of this speed limit change are really matters for the Highway Authority to consider rather than the local planning authority. As such, the recommendation is to grant the application as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have two sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Angela Johnson on behalf of Wimblington Parish Council to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, Mrs. Johnson. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angela Johnson, Wimblington Parish Councillor and also representing the community, and an objection to this application. Retrospective planning applications are becoming more commonplace, noted within businesses in Wimblington. Knowles Limited mistake or error has cost the community and councils a lot of time and money. Could I also ask the planning officer for clarification as to whether the installation of a weighbridge, which has been added to this application, is to be approved along with this retrospective application, as that also was not part of the originally approved planning application. The committee is aware of the history regarding planning applications for this site and the appeal with the Secretary of State, which was granted including conditions, But Knowles Limited then went ahead and built something different than that represented to the Secretary of State. This error raised concerns with regards to road safety and flooding. This site is situated close to the boundaries of flood zones 2 and 3. Local residents are already experiencing problems with heavy flooding, especially in the proximity of the Knowles Limited site. I'm sure that both the committee and the planning department are fully aware that there are two types of flooding: rivers, fluvial, and surface water, pluvial. This flooding occurs when ground or drains cannot soak up and transport away rainwater. Hence, a property can be at risk of flooding even when it's not near a river. Some Cambridgeshire locations are known as wet spots and are prone to surface flooding. A flood zone is a planning term used for deciding where the development should go. What planning officers are frequently forgetting to take into consideration is pluvial flooding, which is now becoming more and more prevalent in and around the Wimblington and surrounding areas. The construction built in error without consultation is not proportionate to the design granted by the Secretary of State. The drainage, soak away and run-off water from such a large impermeable surface is of great concern to close residents. Although the highways and LLFA have put conditions in place, are these robust enough? There are a number of these that are hard to implement since the work has already been completed. Have adequate measures been taken to ensure drainage, soak away and an attenuation pond have been installed to the correct specification? A close resident, Mr. Jerry Smith, has already forwarded in-depth reports to the committee highlighting the highway hazards. The new site entrance, which is to be aligned with the new existing aperture, is only metres away from the A141 junction and traffic lights. This is a busy junction for the heavy goods vehicles and general traffic. This in itself is seen as dangerous. Lorries slowing down to enter the site and slow lorries exiting the site, possibly crossing over to the far lane. At such a busy junction, especially with already established businesses along the Maney Road that have heavy good vehicles, it raises more pressure on that junction. Knowles Limited should be asked to correct the error and widen the canopy to allow for two vehicles to safely pass each other. The planning officer states that these issues have been addressed, and as such, the application should be granted with a number of conditions attached. Concerns are such that Knowles Limited has not respected the appealed planning application or conditions. So how are conditions proposed for this application going to be monitored? Take, for example, condition 2, sole use for agricultural crop and storage. Yet why is there a lorry parking area which is being used? Mr. Knowles told the parish council that large articulated lorries would not be used at this site. This is not so. Condition 4, hard standing within the site shall be constructed and with adequate draining measures. Hard standing has already been constructed from concrete. Does it have adequate draining measures installed? Conditions are there for a reason. These conditions need to be more robust and enforced strongly. And as such, Wimblington Parish Council and the community would ask that the committee members look at this with fairly deeply, really, with the facts of conditions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Questions, clarifications to Mrs. Johnson, please. Hands up if you've got any. Councillor Marks.
Thank you for your presentation. First question, you mentioned about the weighbridge. From what I can see of the plan, the weighbridge is to the rear of the building. What is your objection regarding the weighbridge?
Well, this is when we had a consultation with Knowles Limited, they didn't state that that was actually going to be used as a weighbridge establishment as well, which will mean more vehicles going in and out of that small, narrow aperture.
Okay.
And it wasn't in the planning application that went to appeal either. It's been added in now, afterwards, retrospectively.
Okay, thank you for that. And also you mentioned the 141 junction and the vehicles coming off the 141. I travel that road every day going to and from work, and I haven't yet seen a lorry have to hold back to let something out of there, because if a lorry does come, there is enough room to take an Arctic off that highway and wait for any vehicles coming out, which I don't often see.
So what we're stating is that if you were coming off the A141, turning down to go down to Maney, and the lorry had to stop there to wait to get into that aperture because something was coming out, then that is a hazard if somebody else is coming round, be it another lorry or be it you, because the distance from that actual junction to the entrance of the actual aperture is not very far at all. I think it's 90 metres it was measured at.
Would you agree, though, that the turning into the potato store, where a vehicle actually has to turn across the traffic, having come off the 141, would cause more of a problem than anything that pulls straight into Knowles's?
The same thing is if something's pulling out of Knowles's and goes across the road, it's then slowly going across, and if the lights have changed at that time and people are coming round off the A141, then that's going to cause a problem. So both aspects have to be looked at.
Councillor Senate Clough, you indicated that you want to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I've read the notes about the rainwater coming off the roofs. Is that, in your opinion, a significant concern?
Yeah, this is what we class as surface water and runoff water. And at the moment, with the amount of, when you look at that area, which was not, if you've looked at the previous pictures when it was initially installed, it was a lot of just grass and mud area. And this now has all been covered. So therefore, you are actually taking away a lot of permeable area where runoff would have gone or surface waters would have drained. Now you've got a massive, huge roof, which has got some drainage around it, but that apparently it's been stated that there is drainage runs in the concrete, but you know, where has it been done and is it visible or whatever? So yeah, it's big. That is a big issue about surface water and runoff water.
Thank you for your clarification.
Anybody else at all? Questions, clarifications? No? Thank you very much. So now I'd like to invite Chris Walford and Jordan Trundle, agents, along with Mr. Knowles, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you, so however time you want to do it's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application today. I have 3 speakers in attendance, and I want to give a quick summary of our involvement. I have been responsible for the current application and the previous withdrawn Section 73 application. Chris was involved during the 2017 application and the 2018 appeal, which was approved and forms the basis of the application today. Tony Knowles is the applicant and is here for any operational input that may be required. I'd first like to thank the Planning Officer, Emma Shepherd, for her work during the application process. I'm not going to repeat the findings of the committee report, but just want to conclude that we fully agree with the Planning Officer's assessment and the recommendations put forward to the committee to approve the application. And in respect to the issues brought up today, we're happy to take any questions that members might have on the application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gerstner first, then Councillor French, and then Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon, thank you. First question is, how many HGVs a day, or in the constricted hours here, do you envisage happening per day?
20 vehicles, maximum.
The second question is, you've read the recommendations by the officers with the conditions attached. Can you unequivocally state today that all those conditions will be met fully?
Yes.
And I would add that in relation to the surface water drainage, there is a condition for independent verification of the installation of that the LFA have put forward.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, most importantly, one of the questions I want to ask is the drainage, because obviously surface water is a problem. And I do sit on 11 drainage boards, so I understand the importance of these dikes. Is there any dikes and ditches surrounding the area? And if so, will they be taking any surface water?
Yeah, there is a discharge point at like the bottom sort of right-hand corner as you look at the plan. So the discharge point will come out. So there'll be two discharge surface water manholes, one at the back, the sort of top right of the existing store, and then bottom right of the existing store. And they will have flow controls that the drainage strategy has set out that meets the same peak discharge rate that was approved under the original application. And then they would then discharge at that sort of eastern corner alongside where the detention basin is into the existing network.
Thank you. Next question. Obviously, it's under the same thing, drainage. Does that drainage come under the actual drainage boards? And have you been talking to? I noticed within consideration, it's talking about a 5 metre strip to make sure that that would be cleared. Is that a drainage board? Because normally IDBs want a 9 metre strip.
And the discharge into the initial network is into riparian ownership.
Which is part of drainage board?
Yeah, and so they have said that in terms of the existing network, we have controlled and attenuated our discharge to the edge of our site, and then obviously then in terms of into the riparian ownerships. At the end of a meeting that we had with the LFA in July, which concluded the resolutions and for the finer points to get to the point where we are today, we have made contact with middle level commissioners in terms of that, and that was what was and that was copied into Harry at the LFA and Emma Shepherd, the planning officer, and I clarified when the agenda for the meeting came out last week with GH Bullard, who is the drainage consultant on our side, and no follow-up or reply has been forthcoming from middle level at this point.
Thank you. That's disappointing. I believe it's March East that covers that area. But I'm more concerned that if there is a drainage dike there, that is there not going to be enough room for maintenance, etc.? Because I say normally it's 9 metres, but that's directly onto IDB's drains.
In terms of it, yeah, there'll be in how we've established the proposal, there will be enough easement and maintenance on our side and into the riparian system.
Thank you. Next question, and I'm not sure whether it's relevant. You said that there's or Mrs. Johnson said that there is a weighbridge. I don't think that's part of a planning application, is it? Or is it? I don't know.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the weighbridge on the plan that's behind us is in the middle of the site, and you can see the tracking that shows the vehicles, and that is just really just to weigh the tipper units that are coming into the site, so we know what capacity is within the grain stores themselves.
So it's not a commercial weighbridge that other vehicles. Thank you.
No, we just clarified with Tony before the speech, and he said that they have to check a vehicle when it leaves the site, whether it's agricultural or not. Yeah, it does look like a commercial bit enterprise, but essentially it can't go onto the road if it's over 44 tons. So.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just coming back on the weighbridge side, and if you could confirm that, previously when the weighbridge wasn't there, you were then having to take vehicles to your other weighbridge a mile into the village, and if they were overweight, bring them back again. And so basically, environmentally, the lorries are running back and forth and doing more trips. Okay, thank you. Number two, the entrance itself, I read, and already has green fencing up. There's no plans to put any further gates to the front of the site, so lorries, if they get there when the site isn't open, have to wait on the road.
Within the consultation that Shane did prior to after the TRO was approved in I think either late October, early November, he has situated that there is a condition on there and comments in relation to gates that they won't be within 20 metres of the highway.
Okay, and following on from that, on the front hedgerow on the previous sketch we saw, the initial drawing, we saw that it almost looked like trees being put along the front. Obviously there's a vision issue whilst the lorries are coming out, being an HGV driver. Are you going to keep that as just a hedge, quite a low hedge, or is there still plan to make that hedge higher?
In terms of it, the landscaping has crossed over from the previous approved scheme. We want obviously to maintain a lesser visual impact as possible to the roadside, but yeah, they'll be fully maintained to prevent any visibility issues on the site, and they're sat back far enough to allow that.
Okay, and lastly, as you come round the corner coming up to the T-junction, you actually see there is a 30-mile-an-hour sign, which has blown over virtually in the wind today. Obviously, there's now discussion to move the 50-mile-an-hour sign back. I think it's adequate, but are you more comfortable with the 50-mile-an-hour being moved that far back?
Yeah, we have no problem. Like you say, it currently sits sort of adjacent, directly outside the current application site. Moving it further to the east, obviously extends that 50-mile-an-hour zone before it goes to national speed limit. And as in Shane's comments, his last set of comments, there will be some works to do with County Council when those TRO works are undertaken around that 30-mile-an-hour sign on the bend to prevent any confusion between the speed limit.
Thank you. And sorry, one last question. There is no view going forward that this will become anything less than an agricultural store where you will be putting racking in and using it for distribution in any different way?
A separate side of the business. It's agricultural.
Thank you very much.
Before we bring Councillor Senetcliffe in, just for clarity, for anybody who doesn't know, who's listening on YouTube, Shane Luck is a highways officer. So that's just for clarification of everybody obviously listening out there. So we'll bring Councillor Clough, Senetcliffe, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. LP 16, the local plan 16, requires development not to adversely impact on neighbouring users through various, light and so forth. I'm concerned about noise. Can you speak about how you would mitigate the noise impact on neighbouring users, please?
In terms of the existing, obviously previous consent that was in place, there was, in terms of that, there was a bund round the back part of the yard, which is where obviously most of the traffic would be in terms of manoeuvring in and out of the site. We have got, obviously, I know obviously landscaping provides some form of cover, but it's not a formal attenuation measure, so that will lessen any sort of impact from our side to residents, and obviously the balustrade fencing is there for security, any potential security impact. In terms of that, that is the mitigation measures that are in place and have been accepted by the local authority.
There's also, the previous consent had a compacted stone yard at the back, whereas this one is a hard standing, so that would be much quieter in terms of manoeuvring vehicles on that yard. An empty grain lorry sort of rattling on there on a surface would be quite noisy, but on a hard surface it's going to be a lot quieter. And I think it's also worth mentioning that there's the backstop of the previous approval, and historically when we first visited this site, probably early 2000s, it was a lorry depot as well. It's been a lorry depot for a very long time, so I think there's a quite a good case there that this is going to be a lot better than it would have been or could have been if it was left as the old former depot.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for clarifying that. I have to say that we deal with the application as it is today, and we don't take into consideration what was there previously.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else at all? Oh, Councillor Marks, thank you.
Can I just come back on the noise point? Correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not own the property to the roadside anyway as you turn in? Your house? Yes. And then, so it's really only one property because the other two are shielded from the building anyway and any turning vehicles? Sorry.
The road is the kennels. The kennels opposite. That's
you own the property. Sorry.
Whoever's going to speak, would they put the light on and turn it off when they're...
You own Limos.
the limes.
Yes, Limus, right, Limus. Okay, thank you.
We got there in the end. Anybody else at all? Councillor French?
Thank you. I'm not sure whether this is a question to you, gentlemen, or it's a question to planning officers. But would you know the distance between your site and the church? Because we had I had an email just before I came out with photographs saying the church basement was flooded and they reckon it's due to flooding down your end.
No, we're not with that. That would be a pure guess.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, that's one for the officers then, Councillor French, clearly. Anybody else at all before we let this gentleman go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions for officers?
I think
Councillor French and then Councillor Benny. Councillor French, I'm sure you've got it clear.
that is the question. Would you know the distance between the site and the church?
Through you, Chairman, I haven't got that exact measurement to hand, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. It's just as I come out, I checked my emails and there was a photograph or correspondence from the vicar of the church showing some photographs which I didn't have time to print off. But obviously, I don't know the distance, and I'm not sure that the flooding from that site, if there was a flooding issue, would actually go that far up the road from the church.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. Just found out that the measurement is 101 metres building to building.
That's quite a long way. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Question to officers. We heard from the previous speaker that this is a retrospective application. Now, when I did my planning training, first thing I was told that a retrospective application has no that is treated any differently to a full application or any other. And I just wanted to clarify that that is the case. It's a way that sinners sometimes correct their sins or omissions that they've made through not knowing, and it should not be viewed in any other way than what is in front of us, that is treated just purely as an application. That's my first question.
Through you, Chairman, that's exactly correct. The legislation doesn't differentiate between a proposed application and a retrospective application. We have to consider retrospective applications on their individual planning merits.
Thank you very much.
Second question.
My second question. We also heard from the previous speaker about what the applicant or the company of Knowles have done and what they've done wrong. I feel that that does bring into question the character, and also my understanding is that the character of any applicant is totally irrelevant to the application. And again, that has no bearing on the application. It should only be judged on its planning grounds. And I feel that to question a company in such a way, we should just clarify that that is the case.
That's certainly.
Through you, Chairman. Yes, again, who the applicant is, their character, good, bad or indifferent, is not a material planning consideration.
All past performances. Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. For officers, I'm going back to these conditions. We've had in the past where conditions have been put on applicants after the application has been approved. I'm not talking about this one, I'm talking about previous ones, and conditions have not been met. I'm not asking for guarantees of conditions on this, but how robust, because the public are extremely concerned that the conditions placed on here are going to be adhered to in a proper and correct fashion. So, given the fact that we may approve this application, we then have to consider, I mean, I don't know whether these conditions are ever going to be adhered to and how the officers are going to deal with them if they're not adhered to. Thank you.
That's a question for you, David.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. I think there's probably two elements to that question, really. I think the first one is that we wouldn't be recommending conditions to the committee if we didn't feel that they were robust conditions, enforceable, and sort of stood the various tests in terms of being kind of proper, for want of a better word, conditions. So as officers, we're sort of happy that the conditions that are recommended to here are reasonable, enforceable, lawful conditions. Moving on to the second element, which we're then sort of probably talking about the possible breach of those conditions. The council has a planning enforcement team. We investigate breaches of planning control, including the breaches of condition, and while we don't have the resources to do that on a kind of a proactive basis, we do have a reactive service. So if any breaches of planning conditions are brought to our attention, we will investigate them and take the necessary enforcement action in respect of those breaches.
Thank you. I'm sure you're aware that the planning enforcement officers have several hundred cases outstanding at the moment.
Well, I'm sure, I'm just coming back, just to answer it, I'm sure if there's any planning breaches reported to the planning, they'll be dealt with in the affirmative way. So I think we've got to take it. The officers have got that in hand, and let's just hope. And I'm sure Mr. Knowles and his associates don't want to get the wrong side of the planning anymore. I'm sure they'll do their very best to keep on the right side of it. If that'll give you any comfort, Councillor Gerstner. Anybody else for officers at all? No, thank you very much. I invite members to debate the item in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Please, Councillor French and Councillor Benny, thank you. And then Councillor Marks.
Sorry? Thank you. Yeah, obviously, Councillor Gershwin has brought up issues of condition. I'm sure everybody knows that Knowles Transport is one of the largest employees within this area, and I don't think it would be in his best interest not to comply with conditions.
Yeah, wise words. Councillor Benny and then Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I've read these reports. We've got a recommendation from the officers, and personally, I see nothing in this that we can do anything other than grant this application today. It's a good, solid application. It's well put together. I've had no evidence that supports anything to the contrary of that, and truly, I think the sooner we take this to a vote and approve it, the better, Mr. Chairman.
I think you may be right, Councillor Marks, though, and then we will.
I totally agree with two colleagues across there. The other thing about it is transport company has an operator's licence. They have to have good repute at all times. I've never heard they haven't got good repute as a transport company. As I said previously, I do sit here a bit kept mindful that I did go against the Woodbury application across the road. But again, that was vehicles turning across the traffic. This is where vehicles are actually turning in and then turning straight into a yard. I know the potato store probably has more hold-ups than Knowles will ever have there, and they are moving the speed limit and making it better. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm in full support of this application.
Okay, no more hands up I can see, so I'm going to end the debate. Officers, have you got anything to say? Right, so I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor Benny, what are you going to propose?
I'd like to propose we go with the officer's recommendation and grant this application, and leave the officers to sort the conditions out for this.
A proposal to go with officer's recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
So the application has been approved. Thank you. So to a change now, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor. He's the Principal Development Officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR24/04560, agenda item number 7. So Gavin, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So agenda item 7 is an application outline with all matters reserved for up to 50 dwellings. Land north of Lambs Hill Drove, March. The application is before Planning Committee today due to Town Council's recommendations being contrary to officers. If I can have next slide, please. So the just before I start, if I could just draw members' attention to the update report circulated yesterday, just in respect of further comments from the Council's waste team and clarification on heritage impacts, public benefits, and the existing bus service that operates in the area. So just looking at the site, it's located at the southeast of March, comprises agricultural land, as you can see from the aerial photo there. Wimblington Road runs north to south over to the west. Lambshill Drove runs along that southern boundary there, and the sort of north, eastern and western boundaries abut a wider strategic allocation, the South East March allocation, which members will be familiar with, having considered those in recent planning committees this year. There is an old railway line which you can see that runs along the eastern boundary. There's sort of an angle there, which is popular for walking. And obviously there is a proposal by this council to sort of do some upgrade work to that in the future. If I can have next slide, please. So the site and the adjacent parcels form the South East March strategic allocation as set out under policy LP9. As you can see, the area hatched, the actual application site is edged red on there, so you can sort of see it in context with the wider strategic allocation. It forms around about 2.8 hectares of the site, so that's around about 8% of the allocation. As you can see, it's proposing sort of two forms of access onto Wimblington Road there, which follows the previous Barrett David Wilson scheme. If I could have the next slide, please. So this is the broad concept plan that was approved by this council in June 2023. It was drawn up by Barrett David Wilson Homes. Again, just to remind members that they'd have recently seen that application this year for 425 dwellings. The broad concept plan sets out sort of general land uses, a requirement for connectivity to adjacent parcels and the sort of wider area, general landscaping, key areas, and obviously drainage requirements. Just of note to this particular planning application, you may be able to just make out the site there that sort of generally denotes the top 2/3 being sort of developable, so to speak, with proposed where housing may go. In that southern third is proposed to be sort of open space and also an area for drainage, which I'll come on to on the next slide, please. So this application, say, is outlined with all matters reserved. However, it is supported by an indicative layout plan. And just to reiterate, as you can see there, the sort of northern 2/3 of the parcel is proposed to be for residential development, including sort of connectivity to the wider allocation through the various parcels, access via Wimblington Road via up to 2 points of access. And that southern section, as you can see there, is dedicated for open space. There's a sort of cycle walking route through there and a suds pond right in that bottom southeast corner. That area itself is in a higher flood risk area, so therefore inappropriate for residential development, or certainly not sequentially preferable in this instance. So as you can see, sort of the arrows sort of indicate connectivity and permeability, which is a requirement of the broad concept plan policy, to ensure that we're sort of encouraging sustainable modes of travel and obviously access to the wider areas. If I can have the next slide, please. So these are the indicative accesses, top one being Lambshill Drove, which obviously, as I say, runs to the south of the site, and then Wimblington Road. These plans follow pretty much exactly what was approved under the Barrett David Wilson scheme. That did commit access, 2 points of access. So these have actually have been approved by this council in principle under that outline application for Barrett David Wilson Homes. So this pretty much just follows that same approach to sort of show how the access could be arranged under the sort of more detailed access matters. So it sort of indicates that safe and suitable access can be secured and delivered to serve the application site. If I can have the next slide, please. So the application is also supported by an outline drainage strategy, which the Lead Local Flood Authority have considered and are generally happy with it, subject to a condition securing a more detailed design, more detailed strategy for both foul and surface water. As you can see from the outline drainage strategy, the Suds Pond, again, is just located at the southeast corner and connected up to those sort of other parcels. The proposal is to discharge into existing drains at Greenfield runoff rate, as per the other schemes that have been recently approved at committee. In terms of foul drainage, Angling Water have been engaged in this application, have engaged with the applicant, and they consider that it should follow the same foul drainage approach that the other parcels are proposing, which essentially is to introduce new infrastructure along Barker's Lane to the north and then continue that upwards to the avenue as a new connection point, given the existing constraints along the Barker's Lane, which are not going to be able to accommodate flows from this development area. Next slide, please. So this is the photographs from Lambs Hill Drive. As you can see, top left photo is taken from Wimblington Road, looking along Lambs Hill Drove, and the top right photo is an area of sort of concrete hard standing, which is right at that southeast corner of the site. You can probably just make out on the right hand side that green area of dense trees, which is the former railway line, which I mentioned earlier. So as you can see, the site is agricultural in nature, very open. Next slide, please. And this is the other access area from Wimblington Road. Again, say just follows the Barrett scheme. So the top left photo is the actual point of access. The house to the top on the top right sits to the left of the sort of the access point there. And the other photos just sort of show the extent of Wimblington Road, sort of looking up and down the road there. Next slide, please. So the application has undergone a sort of number of points of clarification following discussion with sort of consultees to address matters mainly in respect of highways and drainage. Whilst all matters are reserved in this instance for future consideration, the scheme is supported by indicative access plans and an indicative layout plan, which is considered to accord with the sort of the vision and growth ambitions of the broad concept plan, in addition to those other schemes that have recently been approved as well. It's considered that it demonstrates that safe and suitable access can be secured, that the quantum of housing of up to 50 dwellings can be secured within this site, and it can also support sort of associated and necessary infrastructure, as I say, sort of in respect to drainage and other types of connectivity and infrastructure there. The applicant is proposing 20% affordable housing, in line with the sort of the council's acknowledged viability position, and other contributions towards highways mitigation schemes, as well as other social infrastructure. It's recognised that there will be some unavoidable landscape harm. It's an open countryside at present, but it is an allocated site. It's also been identified that there will be less than substantial harm to the Grade 1 listed St Mendrida's Church over to the northwest of the site. And also, obviously, due to known viability constraint, the full amount of infrastructure contributions can't be secured in this instance. However, it is considered that the proposal would, on balance, amount to sustainable development when considering the development plan taken as a whole. The benefits of the development would outweigh the harms identified in terms of landscape and sort of slightly lower amount of infrastructure contributions. And indeed, in terms of the impact, the less than substantial impact to St Mendrida's Church, the general benefits of this scheme, which not only secure affordable housing, but also sort of realise the vision of the council in terms of housing delivery in this allocated site, considered to outweigh that harm. And it's considered that there aren't any other material considerations worthy of that sort of degree of weight that indicate a decision other than that of the development plan should be made on this occasion. So the recommendation is to approve the application. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Gavin. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Andrew Hodson. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I think this application represents the final piece of the South East March allocation. It's for 50 units for Cannon Kirk. Probably in an ideal world, I'd like to have included this in the overall application that came in with Barrister David Wilson, but it wasn't possible for various reasons, and it was in the ownership of Cannon Kirk. But however, I am the agent for Barrett David Wilson's and for Cannon Kirk, and this scheme is both us as a company designing up the overall scheme, working with both individuals, and both companies they are in contact with each other, full dialogue. So this anticipated these all come forward together as an overall comprehensive scheme. So clarify that really. In terms of the site itself, Up to 50 units. It's in outline, full outline. The reason we've done that, so when the reserve matters come forward for the Barretts David Wilson, it makes it really flexible for us to then design and make that fit in. There will be some sharing of infrastructure and drainage and all of those elements. In respect to the Barrett scheme, that's fairly well advanced in terms of the Section 106 at the minute, the council for finalisation, and we're already on the way on the reserve matters on that. So just to give you an idea that all the land adjoining and around is coming forward relatively soon, hopefully. So that's our intentions. I don't think there's anything outstanding. We've got no real reasons for refusal on this from a statutory consulting point of view. We've satisfied all that, and of course we designed it carefully to make sure it fits in with the surrounding development accordingly. I'm just happy to answer any questions on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Hodson. Anyone? Councillor French?
Yeah. The access, I'm not quite sure about the access. You're talking about Wimblington Road. What is the width of the one there? And also there was a planning application for the access of Lambsdove, which was withdrawn a couple of weeks ago. Was that part of yours?
Yeah, that's not part of this. Okay, so these two accesses exactly mirror the approved applications which were put in by Barrett David Wilson. So these are the approved points of access, and they mirror exactly the ones that have been approved under that application for the 425 units. So that you'll see on the plan there, they match up identically to the red line of the wider site there. So they're the ones that have been approved. I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact measurement was of that, but it's the same arrangement that's already approved. So I'm sure David will be able to clarify that.
If I can just ask another question. I did ask you the question last time. I think you partly answered it about the section, reserve matters you're working on now. When is that application going to be ready to be submitted?
Well, the actual design has been worked on at the moment. We have to get the Section 106 completed. We're looking to get that done early, and it's probably going to be looking early in the new year to get that completed.
Okay. Councillor Marks?
Thank you. Just on the matter of highlighting the drainage and the suds, if you are going to, by the sounds of things, combine with somebody else, will you look to then change the layout regarding this, like the suds that are here?
No, all of these suds was designed, so we designed the whole site up in one go, but obviously we submitted this, so it's all been designed so it all fits in with the wider surroundings, so the suds all works, and actually this plot coming forward, this part coming forward actually improves things because it allows us to put more efficient drainage across that area rather than having to go around it, so it's a more efficient suds arrangement.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at all? All I've just got to say is it's good to see developers working together, really. It should bring this to an early fruition, and I should be glad to see when we finally get going on this, because it seems to me you're going to use the same drainage system as David Wilson Homes, and obviously it seems just you're going to obviously use the same entrances and exits. That's just for clarification. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. Anybody? No? So, right, officers? You've got nothing? Okay, so we're going to look to debate the item now. So it's open to debate.
Did you miss questions to officers?
No, they didn't want anything.
You never asked the committee. You asked
Well,
the officers.
I did say. Oh, never mind what I said. You haven't got any questions anyway, have we?
Not now.
No. I don't know why you brought it up then if you haven't got any. But carry on. So, right, so we're going to debate it now. Councillor French.
Yes, it is a good application, and I'm glad that they're all working together. I had a meeting with Anglia Water, which is a regular meeting we have now, and I'm satisfied that this sewage system there will cope. One of our biggest concerns, it wouldn't, but Anglia Water have reassured us there's enough capacity there.
Absolutely. Anybody else want to add to the debate at all? Can't really see much else to say on it to myself. So I'm going to close the debate now. There's no. Okay. So officers, have you got to finish up with any? Right. So I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor French.
Move the officers' recommendations.
Okay. I've got a seconder on that. I'll take Councillor Mifferton second. Thanks on that. So we've got an officer recommendation to approve this proposed by Councillor Miffordin. Can we have a show of hands on that?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
That application has been approved. So do we want to break for 5 minutes? We're going to have a cup of tea. It is now 2:20. We really want to be back by 2:30 if one can. A couple of minutes either way, I shall not die a death over, but there we go. Right, thank you members for being back on time. Much appreciated. Now I'll hand over to Gavin again to present application FYR 0993/0, agenda number 8. So when you're ready again, Gavin, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 8 is an outline application with all matters reserved for up to 3 dwellings at land southwest of the Hollies, Hospital Road, Doddington. Before I start, I'd just like to bring members' attention to the update report that was circulated yesterday, just in respect of further resident comments regarding biodiversity concerns, residential amenity, and some procedural matters. The response to those is set out in that report. I'd just like to also add, as a point of correction to that update report, page 2.2, entitled Pond, references a planning application number there. That's actually incorrect, and the application number should be FYR 230251F, and that was a planning permission for a stable and hay store, including the change of use of land to paddocks and grazing, which is obviously referred to. So if I can go to the location plan first, thank you. So the site is located sort of to the northeast of Doddington. The main settlement comprises essentially sort of agricultural land that benefits from planning permission for a paddock, as I've just mentioned there, including the erection of a sheep shed and hay store. It's understood that that's not yet been erected, but nonetheless, recently seen on the site sheep were grazing on that land. Now, the site is accessed via Hospital Road. As you can see, it sits on the eastern side of the application site and runs sort of north to south, as you can see. Open countryside extends to the west and up to the north. Beyond the sort of area of trees and scrubland is the Mega Plants Garden Centre. As you can see, the western side is different primarily to the character to the eastern side. The eastern side is occupied by the hospital and care home. There are a number of permissions to the north of that recently granted for residential development along there. And you can see from the location plan on the left, the public rights of way shown in green there. Next plan, please. So this is an indicative proposed plan in terms of how the 3 dwellings could be arranged on the site. As you can see, they're sort of arranged in a linear fashion, accessed directly onto Hospital Road. The plan denotes 3 separate points of access. You'll just see, make out with those black arrows there, although these aren't committed, but nonetheless it sort of shows how the access could be served to each parcel. There is also an indication of the visibility displays, what can be achieved on that site there, which is denoted as 190 metres heading northwards and 90 metres southwards. If I could have the next slide, please. So this is sort of an indicative plan which shows the extent of sort of visibility displays again, if you can make that out really, but it's a sort of red dotted line which shows it, as I've just mentioned. It also shows the grey area there, which is the extent of highway land. And there's also a denotation on the plan there for a new footpath, although no detail has been provided further to that itself. I think there's also on there denoting a sort of a widening of the road, which again references as per engineer's details, but we don't have those engineer's details with this application. Next slide, please. So this plan, which may be helpful to members, is a sort of relevant history, what officers consider to be relevant. These are all residential based applications that have come in over time in that area. As you can see, the application site edge red. To the east of that, northeast, is the areas edge blue, which are planning permissions for residential developments in that sort of location. The yellow areas there, as you can see, are planning refusals. So the 2 that you can see there, the one immediately south of the application site is one that was recently refused for a permission in principle for 3 dwellings in that location, and the one further west of that was for sort of extension of domestic land and associated paraphernalia, which was also refused. Next slide, please. So just very briefly some site photographs. So this generally sort of show, the one on the left shows the extent of Hospital Road as it stands. So tarmac road, as you can see, there's sort of informal passing bay in the sort of foreground. You can probably just see there, and obviously hedgerow along each side of the road there. The middle photograph is sort of the middle of the site, as it would sort of punch through at one of the access points potentially, and the photo to the right is sort of heading northwards up the site there, just to give you an idea of how it currently is sort of arranged, as as sort of paddock land, open countryside essentially, with some denser trees to the north of the site there before you get onto the garden centre. Next slide, please. So it's considered the site is located outside of the settlement boundary, therefore classed as elsewhere development. It does currently benefit from planning permission for use as paddock land, and obviously, as I said, the permission is also for erection of the sheep shed and hay store, which, as understood, has not been yet erected. Obviously, as just mentioned there, it's noted that an adjacent parcel of land to the south for up to 3 dwellings was recently refused on principal grounds, as permission principal application, citing issues of countryside harm, its spatial location relative to the urban framework of Doddington, and in addition to that, an ineffective use of the land. Officers consider this should be given significant weight when considering this particular application. Hospital Road in its current form lacks formal provision for passing vehicles, absent of pedestrian provision and lighting. As such, it's considered there is an increased risk due to the intensification of vehicles in that area in terms of pedestrian vehicle sort of conflict. In addition to that, there's an application that was recently approved for up to 5 dwellings on the eastern side of Hospital Road. As part of that approved scheme, the application did propose and provide some detailed plans for highway improvement works to secure footways and a bit of widening, etc. And then during the course of this application, it's been updated to provide that plan that I showed you earlier, which was a highway improvement works plan that basically shows the extent of highway land, references engineers' details, but no other details have been provided to support that. It's therefore considered to be sort of ambiguous, lacking sufficiently clear detail to understand fully what the proposal is in this regard. Notwithstanding that, the visibility displays are considered by the local highway authority to be insufficient from the access points there. They don't meet their standards, or even the sort of the reduction that they may otherwise consider. Next slide, please. So it's considered that the proposal, given its location, is in direct conflict with the exceptions set out for housing in the elsewhere policy under LP3 and LP12. It's considered that the development would fail to sort of recognise and protect that character and beauty of the open countryside. It doesn't respect the pattern of development in the location, and would have a sort of a significant adverse impact on that natural landscape and open countryside, appearing incongruous to both the rural character and of that immediate area, given there are no buildings around it on that side of Hospital Road. This is directly contrary to LP12 and LP16. It would be accessed via Hospital Road, which is mentioned, single carriageway. There's no separate pedestrian or cycle facilities provided, no street lighting. It's therefore considered to be a generally unsustainable location for sort of intensification of residential uses along there. Notwithstanding that, inadequate visibility displays are denoted. Highways have concerns over highway safety as a result. It's therefore would be contrary to MPPF policies in terms of securing safe and suitable accesses, as well as policies LP2 and LP15 of the local plan. So therefore there's some clear unreconciled conflicts with policies of the development plan. Notwithstanding those, as mentioned in the MPPF, it's considered that there are limited benefits derived through the erection of 3 dwellings. It's considered the benefits that may be derived are not sufficient in any case to outweigh the conflicts with the development plan, and there are no other material considerations that are worthy of any significant weight or sufficient weight that would indicate that this application should be determined otherwise than in accordance with the development plan. And obviously, given the conflicts with a number of those policies, the recommendation is to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. With two speakers on this application. Firstly, I'd like to invite Mark Smith. He's an objector to make his presentation to the committee. When you've got seated, nicely seated, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members and officers. My name is Mark Paul David Smith of CB6 Developments, and I'm here today on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Percival, together with a number of their neighbours in Ascombe Row, to voice our collective objections to this planning application. This planning application is recommended for refusal to you today by the planning officers for 3 reasons. In respect of the first reason, it is highly relevant to note that planning permission was refused on land to the west of Hospital Road for 3 dwellings by the Planning Committee in April last year. This proposed application is immediately to the north of that refused scheme. Therefore, it is further away from the centre of the village in an even more unsustainable location than the site which was recently refused planning permission. It would be illogical and irrational, in my view, to approve 3 dwellings on this site given that decision. It may be suggested that development has been approved to the east of Hospital Road. However, that land does at least relate to the hospital grounds, whereas this proposal is fully within the open countryside. This proposal has no relationship at all with any other built form. It is open to agricultural fields on 3 sides, with the mature trees and hedges of Hospital Road forming the other side. The site is clearly and fully within the open countryside for the purposes of applying planning policy. The second refusal reason relates to highway safety. The County Council have confirmed that the development would not be safe and that the accidents could result. This provides a clear reason to refuse planning permission. The third refusal reason again relates to highway safety and the absence of visibility displays. It is possible that third-party land would be required to ensure sufficient visibility, and it is clear that a substantial amount of established trees and hedges along Hospital Road would need to be removed to accommodate the visibility displays in any event. We note that there is no refusal reason in respect of ecology. We are surprised by this, as the trees and hedgerows along Hospital Road are known to be used by bats, and there are existing ponds nearby. The applicant's assessment of ecology is flawed and incomplete. We have also raised objections in relation to the absence of any Section 106 considerations, given that this proposal would cumulatively propose up to 12 dwellings along Hospital Road within the applicant's ownership. The application is therefore also contrary to Local Plan Policy LP5. This is very relevant here, as the primary school is at capacity ahead of any new houses being built within Doddington. There are therefore very clear reasons to refuse this planning application, not least in the interests of consistency of decision making, given the very recent refusal of planning permission for an identical scale of development immediately to the south of this proposal. I note also that the Parish Council object to this proposal. Thank you for listening to me.
Right. Questions, clarifications to Mr. Smith, members, please. And it's Councillor Marks first. Thank you.
From CB6 Developments.
So you are a developer?
Yes, contractor.
Contractor. And do you build in the Doddington area?
We're working on one of the neighbouring properties at the moment.
Sorry. Number 2, you say that some of the recent applications relate to the hospital land. Can you go a bit further, explain to me where you say, because I believe the hospital boundary finishes and then there's the houses along from there. So I'm a little confused as to how that relates to hospital land.
It would be that area to the east we were referring to. It's surroundings of the hospital grounds as opposed to the fields, which are countryside all the way around, I think is what we're implying.
Sorry, I think we need to be a bit clearer than that. For the simple reason is I believed to where the red square is, to the right of that is where you're discussing, which is 4 sides open land, but you're trying to make it out that it's not.
Okay, noted. But that is the area that is referred to, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Senate Clough and then Councillor Miffordin, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, welcome. Do you live in Doddington? Are you a Doddington resident?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, Councillor Miffordin.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned about Section 106 money, and you mentioned also about further developments. Now, we're only considering this application as it stands. Can you just clarify where the Section 106 money comes into?
I would have to confer with the tenants in that regard. That was a point they had suggested to me.
Sorry, I'm just asking based on your presentation earlier, because you said there was no mention of Section 1 in your own presentation. So there's no mention of Section 106 contributions. I just want you to clarify how that came into your presentation, please.
That was the recommendation of a tenant on the street at Askham Row.
On, Councillor March, we're in full flow. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, so can we just clarify, the presentation you've just given was done by a third party? Because you seem to be very woolly on a lot of the things that you've said.
No, a combination of us.
So what part was yours?
Pulling it together mostly.
Thank you.
Okay, would you like to come back, Councillor Miffordin?
No, Chair, I don't think the gentleman has the answer to my question. Thank you.
Okay, so just for some clarification, really. So, you said that you were working with a neighbouring property. Would that be on the corner as you enter Hospital Road on the left-hand side? Would that be the immediate property to the left as you're going in the first property on Askham Row?
Yes, on the corner, yeah.
I think that's the answer mine. Okay, anybody else at all? No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd now like to invite John Cutteridge. He's of course the applicant, to make his presentation to the committee. Again, you've got 5 minutes when you're ready to start. Mr. Cutteridge, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I am a resident of Doddington. I live in Hospital Road and I went to playgroup in Doddington, so I've been there for a very long time. The people complaining along Askham Row actually have built their new properties on the same piece of original agricultural land that I'm applying for this application on. And if the schools are to capacity, I hope the people that have moved into Askham Row have no children, because they're relatively new dwellings. With the planning application, we did put that we would agree to the highway improvement. We will widen the road. It is referred to that it is single carriageway, and this will be difficult to access for the new residents. We are widening this and pedestrianising this. We did email the officers to see if further drawings of this was required, and the email response was no, it wasn't. No more drawings was required, so no more was provided. But a detailed engineer's drawing of all of the work that's being carried out has been got by the FDC, because of the 5 on the opposite side has been approved with this engineer's drawing. The 5 at this committee was approved some time ago, but was told that with condition that we could only improve the road by widening and pedestrianising it. These 5 have now been approved by Fenland District Council because we've had highways agreement on the boundary and where we're going to do this work. That is all the way along there. Originally, we did put in that we would change the speed limit to 30 miles an hour along this piece of road, but the application has been over 12 months before it's got to this stage, and the rules have changed, and been told that can no longer be included in the application because that is something outside of planners' control, which I understand. We are still applying for this to be changed to 30 miles an hour to the other side of mega plants, so we're a lot better for speeders going to our garden centre as well. I cannot understand why the parish council did not support this, partly as well as Fenland District Council, on grounds of the access. They've approved us to build a cafeteria and shop at the garden centre. Well, did they not believe this would increase the traffic on Hospital Road considerably? With this application, we did not offer an improvement on the highway whatsoever. With this, we are guaranteeing we are widening and pedestrianising it. The access point to the already approved 9 plots is a little further along the road, closer to the bend, if you like, and this is further away from that and actually closer to the village. So it's kind of a better location than the others for access-wise. And the photograph shown was very unfair because they're very, very old photographs, and the hedges have been cut back considerably since they was taken a long time ago. It was mentioned that the 3 plots was refused closer to the village than these. With that application, they did not offer to widen the road. They did not offer to pedestrianise the road. I know it's not relevant, but we are altering the speed limit. But we are offering to spend, this is £350,000 worth of work, we are offering to widen to make it 2-way traffic and pedestrianise. And it's took a long time to sort out with highways to make sure we get all the boundaries correct to be able to do this work. As for the description, to the north it is woodland. To the northeast you can see the new dwellings, which are an asset to Hospital Road. They look absolutely splendid when you come down. And to the east you can see these homes. To the east, that does look upon the hospital grounds, the same as the last application. The applicant, the people saying that it's nowhere near the hospital grounds, is directly opposite side to the road to the hospital grounds. South you can obviously see Askham Row, and to the west is the extension on the Askham care home. It's only 0.4 miles from the centre of the village, going from the clock tower. The village spreads mostly 1.6 miles in most directions, and it's in flood risk zone 1. All of these will benefit from treatment plants who will not affect the local sewage system and will be on their own treatment plants. There is a street light at the end of the road and right. No worries, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cuttridge. Members, questions? I've got Councillor Marks and Councillor Senate Clough. Thank you.
You've stopped just on the word street light. Can you just enlighten us a bit further as to what you were about to say?
Only that I have walked home that road many times since a small child, and there is a street light, fortunately, right adjacent at the end of the road, and you can see sufficiently all the way over to the hill to walk before you go into darkness. That was all.
Thank you, that was my first question. Second question, looking at this photograph now, having done site survey sort of like this week as well, how out of date do you believe this photograph is?
Well, there is another dwelling been built on the right-hand side, directly opposite where we're applying for the building plot on the left, the building plots, where the red line is in the right top corner, there is a house now been built directly opposite that and a further house behind, and they have been there at least 12 to 18 months.
So where the red box ends at the tree line upwards, there is a house that stands there?
On the right side, yes, there is.
So therefore, now we've got like a small community. So an elsewhere location, would you describe that as?
No, I wouldn't, no.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, good afternoon. I realise this is an outline planning application. Do you have any indication of the types of property that these 3 dwellings will comprise?
I would expect them to be four-bedroom homes.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Miffordin and then Councillor French. Councillor French then. Ladies first.
Thank you. Mr. Cartridge, I'm a bit confused on highways. You said that you were talking to highways and they suggested you didn't need any more plans submitted. I mean, obviously, under what you're suggesting is to improve Hospital Road. I mean, I haven't been down there for probably, I don't know, 6 months or so. It certainly needs improving. And I, commend you if you're prepared to spend that kind of money. So, you said that you contacted Fenland, or did you contact County Council?
Mr. Gowler, my agent with the application, asked if there was any further drawings required for the highways and engineers' reports, but obviously they've already got the engineers' reports from the previous application anyway that got approved for getting the 5 approved, because we couldn't get those approved until they was okay, because you put the agreement that we would do the highways work before the 5 could be approved.
Okay, Councillor Miffordin.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 brief questions. You did say you're making improvements to the highway, 2-way traffic on Hospital Road, and also pedestrianising or making pedestrian access. Can you confirm that you own the land to do that? That's the first question. Second question quickly is, you said there are treatment plants on site, so there'll be no additional stress on the drainage system. How are you dealing with surface water?
Well, we do own 15 acres to the rear of this, so we can easily deal with the surface water because we've got the land to be able to sufficiently pond it, lake it, whatever's required, so that can go elsewhere, no problem. We own not quite all of the land adjacent to it, the neighbour, but he has granted permission. We can have any of his land if it's required, but highways have already said that the work can be carried out within highways owned land. We've had a lot of discussion to get that to the point, because there was a big thing about where the boundary was to highway, but we've done that with Cambridgeshire County Council over some months.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, any more questions at all? No? No? Right, thank you very much. So, members, questions to officers? Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just referring back to a drawing previously shown of applications turned down, I believe, couldn't quite see it from that one, as FYR 220390, I think that's F. That was not turned down for housing, I believe. That was turned down for other properties or buildings. Could you confirm, please?
Through you, Chairman, that application was to change the use of paddock land to domestic garden, and the planning committee took the view that extending the residential use out into the countryside would be to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area. So it was for the use of the land for residential purposes as domestic garden.
Did that, I believe from memory, did that application include a shed for chickens?
Through you, Chairman, I think it did, and I think it also included a pond as well, and I think it, if memory serves me, there were also some areas of raised planting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Councillor Marks. I do remember vividly now what that application was about. Anybody else? Oh, right, Councillor French. Questions to officers, obviously.
Yes, thank you. I did print off, I don't normally print these off, but I did print off the update and the objections from residents. And I'm quite concerned to read, well, I'm quite concerned to read a couple of things. The application form indicates a relationship with a council employee stroke member, yet this has been identified as a reason for the application being reported to Planning Committee. Now, I'd like clarification on this. I do know the answer, but, you know, somebody who's reading this probably doesn't know the answer. So
I think we'll bring Stephen in, or would you like to? I don't mind if you know the answer.
Initially, Chairman, I'm quite happy to respond on that. So the relationship there is that the agent for this application is Ian Gowler, whose brother, I believe, is Councillor Alan Gowler. Under the council scheme of delegation, such a relationship doesn't trigger any requirement for an application to come to Planning Committee, which is why it's not referenced. Clearly, Councillor Gowler isn't also a member of the committee, therefore it's not really material to the determination of the application.
Yeah, it's not relevant, in other words.
Yeah, thanks for that, David. I did get the answer this morning, but I just wanted clarification on this because Councillor Gowler does not sit on this planning committee. It's not his planning application, it's his brother is the agent, so I just don't understand what the person that's objecting to this, and you know, if I may, just let me get back on. In amongst the objections, should planning permission be granted for this application, then the irrationality of the decision would be brought to the attention of the courts. I take offence to be threatened by an objector.
Yes, I tend to agree with you there. It's totally out of order. But David, would you like to comment on it fully?
It wasn't really a question, was it? More a statement.
Well, the question is, would you like to answer Councillor French's?
Through you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll answer Councillor French's non-question. I mean, ultimately, that is it's not material to the determination of the application. However, when making any decision, members need to be aware of the potential to be challenged and need to make sure that any decision is robust and as rational as possible.
Thanks for that, David. But certainly the way that that's written by the objector certainly appears a threat.
Certainly does. It's for everybody to read. That's a certainty. Anybody else got any more questions for officers? No? No? Okay. So now we'll debate the application in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. Who wants to kick this off?
Oh, go on then.
You're a little saviour, you really are. You should Father Christmas would be very good to you, I'm sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, reading this, and obviously I've been on this committee at some time when we have approved various applications down this. I'm a bit concerned. We did have Mr. Smith objecting, but I think he's got a conflict of interest with objecting to this when he's working with, but that's an application we haven't seen yet. I don't have any problems with this application. The only problem I do have are my concerns about highway. Now, Mr. Chatteris has stated that he is prepared to spend this money in improving the highway. The highway is appalling. It is a 60 mile an hour mile. If MD is stupid enough to try to drive down at 60, they're absolutely nuts. It's full of potholes. There are very few passing places. And as Mr. Chatteris has pointed out, he did actually get approval for a new cafeteria. I don't know if he started that cafeteria, but it obviously is going to bring people. Now, I haven't been there for several months, maybe 6 or 9 months, but the last time I was there, I think it was springtime, and that place was absolutely buzzing. And going up and down that road, I've never been stuck behind or never had to reverse. Always had, I think it's probably the courtesy of the people going to the garden centre. But I think if he's prepared to spend that kind of money, and not only doing the passing places, but to put in a pedestrian link, I mean, that really is commendable. As you know, as a county councillor, once a year we have local highway improvements, and you know how hard it is to get footpaths put in right across the whole of the county, and I know sometimes you used to sit on the panel. So this, I'm surprised the actual village haven't put in for local highway improvement, because that road desperately wants improving. And if an applicant is prepared to spend that kind of money, he should be commended.
Yeah, tend to agree. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Reference elsewhere location. I don't believe now we have the properties that are there further down that this suddenly classes as an elsewhere location. I think this has almost become a hamlet. To me, I think on this occasion, when looking at this looks more now as it's a small development, small area, probably with the highway improvements. I certainly could support this application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Senate Clough.
I would just like to add that I agree with Councillor French and Councillor Marks, and that I am concerned that there's nothing that I can see that would be a material consideration for refusing this application based on these highway improvements that are forthcoming.
Okay. Anybody else at all? Do you want to start the debate? I'm just going to finish this off then, really, and I won't go on too much, but I think the applicant should be commended for doing this. The difference between the application under the current one was, I think it was for 3, yes, and we did turn that down. But this application's different. The applicant is going to spend, his words, £350,000 on this, which is a significant amount of money in anybody's language. So I tend to agree with everyone else who's spoken this afternoon, and I think I shall be supporting this application. Thank you. And just for Councillor French's concern, that in the LHI for Doddington, they are upgrading Benwick Road, so it's better access along Benwick Road into the village and out of the village. That's where the LHI for pavements are going.
Okay, before you obviously want a further discussion, are the highways, as I say, it's not crystal clear, are the highways satisfied on the plans that are in, or does the highway need to have more? I'm not talking about the TRO, because that's a different regulations, that comes under the road traffic regulations, but the actual widening of the roads, are the county council highways satisfied of the plans that are in now?
I think we can leave that one till we speak to officers to sum up. That's a question you can give to officers, Councillor French. Anybody else at all with the debate before I close it? Yeah, I'm going to close it, and that's the question you can ask for officers, or David can answer.
Through you, Chairman. So I think probably contrary to what the applicant indicated earlier, the plan that's on the screen is the only highway plan that's been submitted. That was submitted in September of this year, and it's on the basis of that plan that the Highway Authority have come back with the comments that are set out within the officer report, which is that essentially they are not satisfied that there's adequate level of detail, and also they're not satisfied that adequate visibility can be achieved from the indicated access point. So there is essentially an objection from the Highway Authority on 2 grounds.
Can
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, if that is the case, because I did say in the very beginning, I didn't see this as crystal clear. In that case, is it possible that we actually defer this on highways, for highways and the applicant to get this sorted out, and give them a 3 or 6 month leeway to get it sorted, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Well, we can come on to that in a couple of seconds. Have you got anything to say to sum this up at all?
Through you, Chairman, I don't know whether it's something that Matt may wish to add to.
Yeah,
if the technology can actually work. So just to go back to the issue of planning permissions in the vicinity, or planning refusals in the vicinity. So clearly to the south of this site, closer to the village, this council has said this location is not suitable for, in principle, residential development because of an impact on the character of the area, not an appropriate location. To the rear of that site, the council has also said this site isn't appropriate to be used for residential purposes, as low key as using the land for domestic garden. I do have some concerns, therefore, as to how reasonable a decision would be for a site that is further out into the countryside, that is disconnected from the sort of the built form of the settlement, to then say that's acceptable. I would also just draw members' attention to the fact that the first two planning permissions to the east of Hospital Road, so the kind of the infill plot for two, and then the first further development to the back of that, were both in place at the time that those two other refusals were made. So I do have some concerns about a consistency issue there, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David, for summing up. Councillor Marks has got to
Sorry,
words.
Can I just come back on that, David? Right, had FYR 1243 come in, if we were to grant the one above, I would accept what you're saying. However, that came in as a separate entity and stood alone at that point in time. We now have properties across the road that match in to that roadway. So we're not building a block, because that block does actually stand, the previous block that's been turned down does stand on its own. However, the one above has got connecting across the road with other properties. Would you not agree?
Through you, Chairman, absolutely not. I think that's all I can say. Quite clearly, the PIP site was immediately adjacent to the to properties on Askham Row. It's opposite the built form of the hospital, and all I can say is that if the committee took the view that site was inappropriate for residential development in principle, I fail to see how developing a site further out beyond that would also be acceptable.
Okay, come back, Councillor Marks.
Okay, to me it's interpretation. The properties on Askham Row there have very, very long gardens, which then meant that the previous application that's been turned down stood in a block in the middle of nowhere. This one, at least across the road, at least one of the properties is almost going to be across the road from the other property. So I'm sorry, I don't agree that personally. And the one that's been turned down beside it was, if I remember, it was a chicken shed, and there was discussion of rats and stuff like that. And I think that was a reasoning for turning that one down. So to me, and this is my own interpretation, I don't see this new application can be said it's an elsewhere location.
No, Matt, yeah.
Just clarity. My understanding was that site was refused due to impact on the character of the area. That was the reason that the committee determined to refuse it, and I would suggest that a chicken shed, some raised flower beds, etc., would have less of an impact on the character of the area than the provision of 3 dwellings. Secondly, in relation to Councillor French's point in relation to deferring it, I wouldn't encourage that we should look to defer applications for 6 months and periods like that. You know, if we should be looking to try and determine applications that are before us, that are at committee in a timely manner, you know, it'd be very unusual, I would suggest, to look to defer items for that long. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll bring Councillor Marks back.
It was only a suggestion.
Councillor Marks and Councillor.
Thank you. Regarding the chicken shed, it was like a bit like Chickenopoulos. It was quite a sizable property. I understand what you're saying. However, yeah, it could be said it was out of character, as would, and I agree, because on the PIP as well, it would stand in the middle of nowhere at that point. However, now if the one above is now given, it doesn't then stand in the middle of nowhere. And I go back to what I said previously. At least one of those properties is across the road from a newly formed or new planning permission that's been given recently, and a new build.
Okay, I'll bring Councillor Benny, and then I'm going to bring Gavin Taylor in once more.
Sorry, do you want me to start again? Right, take two. Take two. Right, I've just been looking on Google Maps, and further out on Benwick Road, there is that bungalow that's just been built. It's been built within the last 2 years. And that is further away from the centre of the village. We hear, oh, it's building in the open countryside because it's further away. We've had an argument from the objector this afternoon that one side of the road is different to the other side of the road. Well, here we've got one that's hundreds of metres further down the road. So if that's in Doddington, and certainly the houses on the opposite side to this Google Maps, we've already accepted the principle of development because that is within Doddington. And yes, it's a different road, but then we also hear, yes, you can't have linear development. No, you've got to have depth of development because it's not good use of space. There's arguments both ways. We're looking at this application, and do we as a committee think this is a good application, or do we as a committee take the view that it's not an elsewhere location and the highway improvements bring community benefit to it, and therefore we could approve it?
Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to bring Gavin in. Thank you for waiting, Gavin. You're ready when you are.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. So I think, obviously, just hearing some of the sort of discussion that's gone on, I think what's really important here, particularly given the PIP refusal to the south, is that members sort of remind themselves, particularly in this report, sections 10.2 and 10.3, which set out the policy test. Just remind members they have a duty to determine application in accordance with our policies. Sections 10.2 and 10.3 clearly set out when an application site is considered to form part of the continuous built settlement, continuous built footprint. I take on board Councillor Mark's comments, but when you apply what's set out in 10.3 and 10.2, you've got essentially an extensive open countryside with no development, no continuous development on that side of Hospital Road. Appreciate you've got development on the eastern side, but that's not how that policy is laid out, and that's not exactly how that policy asks us as a local planning authority to consider sites and assess sites against. So I just thought I'd just remind members of that point there. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Councillor Gerson, this is still in questions to officers. We've been in it a long time, but
We're looking at the application as it stands now, with the highways as it is now on that plan. My concern is that the applicant has offered to make highways improvements, but they are not on this plan as we're seeing it today, and that's what concerns me.
okay. Does anybody else want any more questions for officers before I look for a proposal? No? No? Okay. Right, so I'm looking for a proposal to go to on this application regarding the material considerations due. Anybody want to make a proposal on this application? Yeah, on the officer's recommendation to refuse it, yeah. So anybody want to do that with officer recommendation to refuse? No one? Okay, so that's obviously failed. So I'm looking for a new proposal. Come on, bench. I've praised you enough today. Earn your corn.
I propose that this application is approved subject to highways being satisfied, and I understand what Matt has said with regard to time. I'm sure highways could be done with a matter of, I can see some discussion going on here.
You just carry on with your proposal, and you're not. So let's make it clear. You're doing it on proposing it on provided he can make that highway safe and all the works can be done to make this brought to standard, like he said. You're not refusing on an elsewhere location. Is that what you're saying? So you're only refusing it on one aspect.
I'm not refusing
highways.
I'm not recommending refusing.
Refuse on one aspect, yeah.
No.
No, on approval, sorry, but on that thing, yeah. Regarding, sorry.
Only on highways, if I think Stephen wants to.
Yeah, he does.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it can't be approved. So you can't resolve to approve the application subject to the highways officers approving some scheme in the future. The only thing you could do, if you're happy, is approve it subject to a condition that the layout as proposed is constructed or made available, or whatever term, prior to occupation, subject to what the planning officers may say. But you can't make it grant a planning permission subject to somebody else's, some officer's approval.
Okay. I see where you're coming from. So.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Yes, I would like recommend approval subject to the conditions, and obviously if the conditions can't be met, it won't be built.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chairman. I would just remind the committee that as it stands at the moment, we've got an objection from the Highway Authority on the basis of a lack of detail over the road and also concerns about the visibility that is achievable from the proposed or indicated access points. I think consequently, I would have some concerns that the approach that Councillor French is recommending is flawed in the sense of you would be imposing a condition that you've got no certainty over whether that is actually deliverable and achievable.
Sorry, but that was the suggestion coming from our legal officer.
So, sorry, through you, Chair, if I can come back on that. What I wasn't, if there's evidence that the highway officer, having looked at what the current application, he is saying that he's not happy because he hasn't got enough information, then you're kind of second guessing that he might approve in the future. He may not approve, in which case he shouldn't be granting permission.
Then surely that's the reason why we could defer that application.
Yeah.
Through Chairman, thank you. As members know, there are 6 tests required for condition, and that sits alongside the case law. We need to feel comfortable as a decision maker when imposing conditions that there is some likelihood that they can get met. What would be done with this? This would have to be a Grampian worded condition, negatively worded condition, that would require information to be provided to us. Though there has to be some level of comfort that can be met. There is not just a carte blanche ability to go, someone said X or Y, we can do this, because that's what the case law is. And we have an objection from Highways, which is a significant concern. And therefore that would very much undermine our position that a condition can safely, within the eyes of the law, be imposed. Alongside this, I think it'd be a very dangerous precedent to look to say that we should just be approving highways works with this condition if somebody such as Highways is objective, because that would then translate to environmental health, Lead Flood Authority, etc. Are we just going to approve conditions that say if they can submit details that will overcome the consultant's objections, we're going to approve this, because that is not how the planning system is set up to work. And the trouble is, if we put a condition on that is not lawful, it fails the tests, the applicant has the right to appeal to the Secretary of State and that say that the condition is not lawful. If that condition is found to not be lawful, it falls away, it disappears, which would then mean that, as submitted, the application would be approved without the need for that condition. So I think the reality is, I think the only option for the committee would be to defer it if they are very reluctant to refuse it. But my advice, members, is you should determine the application as is. If you do not find an issue with the location, that's within your gift. But then you should look to refuse it on highways only. But you should determine this application as is. It's been with the authority now, as the applicant said, over a year. You know, there are significant concerns. The highways have objected, and the planning system is designed that this should be application be refused. You don't have to agree with all the officer's recommendations, as you know, but my advice was if you don't have an issue with the siting, that's fine. But highways-wise, there's no reason to go against that, and I can't see any obvious way of getting round, for want of a better term, the situation we are in as a committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we come, Councillor Marks.
Sorry, can I just clarify then? We've had a previous scheme or a previous application that has shown this scheme, which Highways obviously said was okay. We've now gone to this, and we're now being told
Highways are saying no, they're not comfortable with it. So we now have to we either turn this down or alternatively defer it. Is for further Highways information. Sorry, I'm looking at Councillor French and Councillor Benny. Is that the way you interpret this? Because it seems very strange to me what we're being told now, having already passed applications down there.
Oh, just before I bring Matthew in again, I think we had a similar application a month or so ago, didn't we? And that was one in Chatteris. I won't name it, but it was one in Chatteris. All planning members know it. And we did that. We passed that subject to him getting on third-party land or achieving the width of that application. So I know Matthew's going to disagree with me, but we've set a precedent here. So we've done it once. So I can't see why we shouldn't. We did it for was it 3 houses? Was it? I think was it 5 or 6 houses at Chatteris. 5 houses at Chatteris. Now we're doing it 3 houses here, you know, and also officers through delegation gave planning permission for a restaurant at the site, which obviously increases traffic down that road anyway. So we're only asking for 3 more, or the applicant's only asking for 3 more houses here. That could be 8 or 9 cars, couldn't it? For a 4-bedroom house. So it's not a great lot, is it? So, but then that's my opinion. Matthew, you're going to disagree with me.
Chairman, I've never disagreed with you. But what I would say is that, firstly, the separate application is exactly that, separate application. My understanding that had a lot more detail with it. It was submitted as full, I think, and that information is not here. Secondly, to use Stephen's word, we're guessing that the Highways Authority's requirements haven't changed since that previous approval. We do not have this information, and this is the point. There is just a big gap, and this, as an authority, we should be confident in the decisions we're making. We shouldn't be guesstimating and making assumptions. And in relation to setting a precedent, firstly, planning doesn't really set a precedent. What I'd say is it's a material consideration. But what I would also say is officers were very reluctant in the use of that condition, and I do not think maybe taking an approach that is not robust once should not be used as a reason to do that again and again, because it was only extrapolate the likelihood of the council being found to have done something incorrect. That's just the way I'd word that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Anybody else want to come back? Then I'm going to go to Councillor French. Nobody wants to come back. So, Councillor French, do you still want that proposal to be live or not? Or are you going to withdraw that proposal or what?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I have a seconder?
Yeah. I was just going to say I will. Councillor Maxwell. So we've got a proposal on the table now after the first one failed miserably. The second one is to go against officer recommendation to approve this application subject to conditions, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Marks. With those conditions, do you want to go through the conditions? Councillor Benny, do you want to? Okay. Do you want to go through some conditions?
I would suggest through you, Chairman, that it may well be advisable that that is delegated to officers in conjunction with yourself, the proposer and seconder, so we can actually formulate those, shall we say, in a little bit more of a considered manner rather than off the cuff at committee.
Yeah, but we do generally outline the conditions, don't we? Here but we won't in this particular occasion. I'm happy to do that. Are you happy to? You guys to look at the conditions. So anyway, we've got, as I said, just to reiterate, we've got a proposal, go against officer recommendation to approve this. Councillor French has proposed it, Councillor Marks has seconded it. All those in favour of that, please show their hands.
That's 6 votes, Chairman.
Those against? I'm abstaining. And Councillor Gerst is abstaining. So that application has been approved with conditions from myself and proposer and the vice chair. Thank you. So we're all right to go. We've had a half an hour, haven't we? So we'll have another one. Now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 22/0848F, agenda item number 9. So David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full planning application to erect 8 dwellings, land north east of 81 to 87 High Street, but access from Slade Way in Chatteris. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. Probably make out on the aerial photo the sort of slightly overgrown nature of the site currently. You can also see that the site is largely surrounded by existing residential development. As indicated, the site is accessed from Slade Way to sort of the southwest, or in the southwestern corner. The site is in flood zone 1, but does show up on the Environment Agency's surface water flood map. Some long-serving members on the committee may recall that this site was previously reported in June 2021 when a scheme for 9 dwellings was refused. So we've got a plan now just showing the heritage assets in the vicinity. So the site is located within the Chatteris Conservation Area, and also the buildings at the junction of Slade Way and High Street are both Grade 2 listed. Effectively, the kind of southern boundary of the site is that southern edge of the conservation area. So the proposed site layout plan is shown here. So plot 1 is shown fronting onto Slade Way in that sort of left-hand side of the plan, with the access road sitting next to this, and then you can see that sort of bends around with the other 7 properties arranged along this. The separation distances and relationships with neighbouring dwellings are generally considered to be acceptable, with no unduly adverse impacts upon these existing occupiers. The separation distances between the proposed dwellings themselves are also considered to be acceptable. There is some potential overlooking of the dwellings from the flats to the south of the site, but given the constraints of the site, this is really sort of almost unavoidable, and is not considered to be so detrimental to justify refusing the application. In addition, there is an existing Anglian water sewer which crosses the southern part of the site, and this is indicated as being rerouted to largely follow the course of the new roadway. This would require a separate consent from Anglian Water as sewerage undertaker to allow it to be relocated. So, as indicated earlier, plot 1 is to front Slade Way, and to some degrees perhaps the most visible element of the development from the sort of wider public domain. It's proposed for this to be 2 stories high, but for the first floor to be largely accommodated within the roof space, and then served by 2 sort of cat slide dormers to the front and rear. A street scene drawing showing this is the upper image, and as you can see, largely reflects a pair of semi-detached properties which are relatively new, immediately adjacent to the site in terms of scale and also in terms of detailing. The middle 2 images show street scenes within the site. As you can see, the remaining dwellings are single-storey in nature and sort of fairly consistent in their sort of design features and detailing. So the 3 slides here are images from Slade Way, with the upper left showing the existing frontage of the site and the access into this. The upper right image shows more of the frontage and those adjacent new dwellings which I referenced earlier, while the lower image shows the flats at the end of Slade Way. The upper images here show the southern boundary of the site adjacent to those flats. The lower images show a view looking from 87 High Street, which is a property which fronts High Street, but then sort of runs backwards to adjoin the site. So the left-hand image there sort of shows a view looking across the site, showing the current nature of that, while the other image then shows a sort of a view just back towards 87 High Street. So in summary, the site is located within an established residential area within a market town, and the principle of residential development is therefore considered to be acceptable. It is considered that the previous reasons for refusal relating to overdevelopment and design have been largely overcome through the revised layout and changes to the design of the dwellings, especially that unit fronting Slade Way, and also the reduction across the remainder of the units to entirely single storey, as opposed to a mix of single and 2 storey previously. Evidence concerning flood risk has been submitted and is considered to address the relevant policy requirements in this regard, and the Leeds Local Flood Authority have confirmed they are satisfied with the submitted information. The site is sort of a remaining medieval burgage plot, sited within the conservation area. It is considered that there would be some harm to the character of the conservation area arising from that. That harm would be less than substantial, however, and it's considered that that harm is outweighed by the public benefit of actually delivering 8 otherwise acceptable dwellings as part of the application. In terms of the design and the scale as well, that's considered to have addressed the harm that was identified to the visual appearance of the conservation area previously. There are no objections from Highways or from the Council's ecologist or tree officer, and as such the recommendation is to grant the application subject to conditions as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Chris Walford. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Yeah, as stated in David's introduction, we've worked closely with officers to revise the site layout. We've reduced the density, improved the spacing between the plots, and we've also increased the garden sizes. We also simplified the road layout. I think there was comment before that it was a bit fussy. We've also used that to our advantage to bring the houses away from the flats that were mentioned that sort of potentially would have looked into the site, so now they look onto the road and not into the private amenity. With the exception of plot 1, all plots within the site are now bungalows, and that's really helped reduce the overlooking, and I think there's a significant need for bungalows as well, which is a good thing. We've also accompanied this application with a detailed surface water drainage strategy that overcomes the earlier concerns with drainage and surface water flooding. I'd just like to highlight that all consultees are supporting this application, including Chatteris Town Council, and we also agree to all the pre-commencement conditions that have been put forward. And finally, we'd just like to thank officers. We've had a couple of officers on this one. They've all worked really well and proactively with us to get to this point, and I'm now available for any questions.
So, members, any questions, clarifications, please, Mr. Walford? No. Oh, Councillor Gerson, just right. Thank you.
Thank you. Approximately how many trees would you be taking out of the site?
I don't have that information right in front of me. We did have an arboricultural report done on the site. I'll be honest, we got the refusal was 2021. We got straight back on with the resubmission. It's been a slow burn, but there is a report on file that confirms. But mainly, we tried to retain the key areas were at the back of the far right of the site. We're keeping all of that. But yeah, I'd have to refer back to that report, unfortunately.
That's perhaps a question, Councillor Gerson. You can ask officers if you'd like to. Any more questions at all? No. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? Councillor Gerstner, would you like your question answered?
Yes,
by
thank
officer,
you.
if possible?
Thank you. So we know approximately how many mature trees have been taken out, please. Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, without probably going through the arboricultural report, I wouldn't be able to actually confirm to the kind of the precise number. I think it is fair to say that there are quite a few trees that are being removed within the site. However, as I think Mr. Walford, the agent, has indicated, that has been assessed by the Council's arboricultural officer. It's been concluded that those trees are not of sufficient standard to justify any further protection or to justify sort of refusing the application. And also as part of the application, there is, I believe, a condition regarding landscaping, which will seek to get sort of a replacement sort of tree planting schedule submitted through condition.
So I think we'll have to agree to take the arboriculturals into consideration there, and we'll have to consider he's made the right call, won't we? So we'll have to agree with that one. So,
just through you, the the agent has just held 5 fingers up at me, which I'm assuming means that there are to be 5 trees removed as opposed to any other signal.
We would hope so, David. So Councillor Gerstner, 5 trees. Thank you. Any more questions to officers at all? No. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. You know what to do. Who wants to kick that off? It's Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the agent's done a good job with this. It was overdevelopment before, we turned it down. This site is going to be developed at some point. I think officers have got this one right. And again, since we've got a lot on the agenda today, to debate minor points about an application when it's got a recommendation to approve on it, and truly I think the agents have worked well with the officers to come to a conclusion on this one. I think this one just needs approving, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think you're right on both counts, but anybody else want to speak? No? Some officers, would you like to sum it up? Nothing to say? So I'm looking for a proposal now. Okay, Councillor Benny. Councillor Marks? Okay. Who wants to second that? Councillor Miffordin? So we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor Miffordin. I need a show of hands on that proposal.
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
That application has been approved. So does anybody want another one before we have another break, or one more? Okay. Okay, so we will do. And now I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor once again to present application FYR 24/0661F. It's agenda item number 10. So Gavin, when you're ready, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 10 is a retrospective planning application for the installation of a biomass burner, including the siting of a storage container at Peck's Barn, Crossdrove, Tidson Giles. Just refer members to the update report circulated yesterday, which included two further letters of concern from residents who had already responded to the application in respect of sort of concerns over amenity impacts primarily. But just looking at the site, as you can see, it's in the open countryside, access via Crossdrove, which is a highway that basically runs north to south-ish on an angle there, over to the eastern side edge of the site there. The actual site itself, subject to the development, is sat in that bottom south corner of the site, which you can just make out. I've got some other plans in a moment to show you. It's like the site, excuse me, the site's located about 3 kilometres southwest of Tidson Giles, and not a dissimilar distance to the west of Newton either. It's an established agricultural operation that's set in that countryside. There are a small number of properties along Crossdrove in the locality, which you might be able to just make out there from the location plan. Next slide, please. So this is the sort of site layout plan as it sits. As you can see, there's an area of hard standing, which is in that sort of grey colour. The main building is in sort of pink, salmon pink there. There's a concrete pad within the site, sort of general kind of arrangement that you would normally see on a farm. You can see the red and the blue boxes, which are the container and the biomass boiler that sit there. The blue is the boiler, the red being the container. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial photo just showing a bit closer in terms of where that sits. As you can see, the actual site itself, the yard, and that inset photo there just shows it a bit closer up, just so you can sort of see how that sits in the context of the farm. Next slide, please. So these are the elevations for the biomass boiler. As you can see, it's around about 1.5 metres in sort of width, 2.8-ish in sort of depth, so to speak. The flue itself sits around about 5 to 6 metres high. Next slide, please. This is the shipping container, pretty standard as a container goes. and obviously that sits there sort of supporting the boiler as it stands. Next slide, please. So these are the photos. You can see the boiler in situ. Photo 2 is sort of views north-east towards Crossdrove in the distance there, as you can see. Photo 3 is looking along the access track towards the site, so i.e. from the northeast. And then photo 4 is views southwest from Crossdrove, again, sort of the access road leading up to the site. Next slide, please. So the application is seeking retrospective full planning permission for the installation of the biomass boiler and that storage container, as well as obviously the supporting infrastructure for that. It's essentially considered that it is acceptable under policy LP3 because it's supporting an existing agricultural operation. It's not considered to be harmful in visual amenity, given sort of the context in which it sits and the scale of the actual development. And it's also considered acceptable under policy LP16 in terms of sort of amenity impacts in respect specifically of noise, light pollution, loss of privacy and loss of light. There is quite a significant distance between it and some of the nearest properties, which are around 200 plus metres away. There have been a number of representations and concerns raised about odour and smoke pollution arising from the scheme. And indeed, our environmental health team have been on site to have a look at it, assess it, consider the application. They've confirmed themselves that over the monitoring visits that the actual levels of pollution, so to speak, would not breach relevant provisions of current acts. Notwithstanding that, this application is supported by a management and maintenance plan which sets out how the boiler will be operated, cleaned, maintained, etc., and recordings of that being made. It's considered that this is important in terms of applying and referring to this in a planning condition, which is set out in the report, to ensure that there is compliance with those mitigation measures set in. And that also would then enable the local authority to take enforcement action should there be a breach of, a breach of observing that maintenance and management requirement. So it's considered that the conditions are necessary to make the development acceptable, and that they would therefore safeguard amenity in respect to emissions, and therefore the application is proposed to be granted subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We have a written representation and a speaker on this application. Firstly, I'd like Member Services, and it's Joe still, to read out the written representation from Tony Kent, a supporter to the application. So, Joe, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tony Gent. I've farmed this land for my whole life. This includes the 2,000-acre farm, of which the AgriGrub site is a small part. Over my lifetime, I've seen how farming has had to change, and we now farm completely regeneratively. A key part of this is sustainable energy and heating. We cannot continue to use fossil fuels. The biomass system at AgriGrub is renewable and makes use of sustainably managed timber from around the farm. The installation is a significant distance from any other property, and I have never witnessed any smell which might cause an issue to local residents. Regards, Tony Gent.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Joe Halstead. He's the applicant to make his presentation to committee. You've got 5 minutes also when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I started my company AgriGrub with the express goal of helping the environment. The last thing I want to do is pollute or cause any kind of nuisance to anyone nearby, and I've taken all steps within my power to ensure this. In 2022, I saw my energy bills triple almost overnight due to the fluctuating cost of energy, and so I turned to a biomass boiler as the only renewable and cost-effective heating option available to keep my animals warm. At the time, I was assured by multiple sources that the biomass boiler did not need planning permission, so I did not apply, but these sources were mistaken.
As I now know, biomass boilers like this do require planning permission if they're within 400 metres of a dwelling. That said, the FDC has granted planning permission to several other very similar biomass boilers, including one only 25 metres from a dwelling, all without incident. AgriGrub has a licence to operate from Fenland District Council, which is entirely contingent on the control of odour emitted from my site. Therefore, in response to complaints from neighbours about a smell of smoke, FDC Environmental Health carried out extensive monitoring on my site. On only one instance could the officer smell anything at all, and I quote, "Other than a very faint, quite pleasant burning wood smell, I did not witness any odours or smoke." The biomass boiler does produce some smoke, especially when it's first lit and just getting going, but this rapidly clears. This is the issue that the complainants have, that occasionally, outside their property, for a short period of time, they can smell a very faint smoke smell. This is all that can be evidenced. To monitor this, we set up a dedicated complaints email for neighbours to report any issues, where we receive complaints on average every 33 days, with the most recent one in August this year, and no complaints since. All of these complaints came from one property, Peck's Farm, which is also where 7 out of the 9 public comments on public access were made from. Before the biomass boiler was ever installed, the residents of this property were outraged that we would site our business on this farm within 300 metres of their property. I believe the residents here have become extremely sensitised to any occasional slight smoke smell, and their behaviour is a result of this sensitisation. Honestly, it's been a horrible experience, and I've never felt so unsafe or so worried for the safety of my staff. Their comments on public access are filled with falsehoods, including the baseless and very serious accusation that the biomass boiler is used to burn general waste, something which would be illegal and completely pointless for us to do, as we have a 2,000 litre general waste bin from the FDC. Waste in general makes for a horrible fuel, and beyond some recycled cardboard or the odd broken pallet, we do not use waste in our biomass boiler. Of the 3 complainants, 2 have log burners, including multiple wood stoves at Peck's Farm. All 3 complainants regularly burn garden and building waste in their gardens. Fenland District Council has a robust system in place for monitoring and acting on any potential nuisance. Not granting planning permission here would be to contradict the work done by the FDC Planning Office and Environmental Health, who both support the granting of the application. If the committee would wish to grant planning permission with conditions, such as not causing a nuisance, I would welcome it, as I can say with complete certainty that this biomass boiler does not cause a nuisance to any nearby properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Councillor Senate Clough and then Councillor French.
Hello. Earlier in your presentation, you said that the biomass boiler is saving you money to keep your animals warm. I was under the impression that the farm was arable. Which animals are you referring to?
So the majority of the 2,000 acre farm is arable, but my business specifically, we grow insects, black soldier fly larvae. We were the first to do so in the UK, and we grow them in the building on the site plan, using food surplus, which we then supply to poultry farms and into the pet food sector.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor French.
Thank you. I was going to ask the same question. That's very interesting. And where do you sell that for food, did you say?
We sell the grubs to several local chicken farmers who feed them to their chickens, and then we also produce dried calci worms for the pet food market. You might see them in garden centres and that kind of thing.
My actual other question, what do you actually burn in your biomass?
So we use a combination of logs and then pallet wood to get the logs started. And I source my logs from Sean Bold in Wisbech St Mary.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
A couple of questions. Firstly, are you the only company around here that is doing this?
I believe there's another company in Cambridge, which is expanding into Peterborough, but I don't know of any other black swordfly companies just nearby.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, sorry, I need to declare an interest. I didn't realise, I believe the company I'm a director of deals with this company. So.
No, that's quite all right. That's the first you've heard of it. So, Joe, can you note?
Not taking part.
So, you're not, just for that record, you're not taking part in the voting, or okay, that's super. Councillor Gerst.
Thank you, good afternoon. Very interesting, thank you. Do you have a planned maintenance on the boiler at all, or do you do it yourself, or do you have to have somebody come in, or?
So in the biomass boiler information request form, which was submitted as part of the application, it lays out the maintenance schedule that we use. The weekly and monthly maintenance we do ourselves, and then annually we get the manufacturer to come in and do a full service.
Okay, and as far as we get quite a lot of obnoxious smells in Whittlesea from areas, not to this extent for you are. Other than human smelling it, is there any other way of monitoring the smell or the smoke that's coming out of is there any pollutants coming out of it, you know, particulate matters at all, for example?
I don't know of any way that we can mechanically measure the smell coming out of it. We have looked into it. One thing we did look at early on was adding abatement systems to the flue. So I talked to a couple of companies about that. But they said that they couldn't help us because abatement systems are for black smoke that have particulate matter in, and what was coming out of our biomass boiler is white smoke, effectively from residual moisture in the fuel.
So in commercial boilers they have a thing called a scrubber, which takes out a lot of the pollutants, okay? Do you have something similar within the flue?
No, it's just a direct flue. Straight out, there's no scrub.
So basically you burn and whatever's being burnt goes out of the chimney or the flue.
Can I just, one of you's got to, can you turn your light off? So when Councillor Gerst was speaking, you may turn your light off. Carry on, Councillor. Maybe you should answer the question. Ask the question.
Basically, you're burning wood, okay, which then there's no capturing between the burning of the wood and what goes out of the flue or the chimney, okay?
That's correct, yes.
Councillor Senate Clough.
Hello again. I don't think you fully answered the question Councillor Gerstner put to you about the particulate matter. Could you talk about your knowledge of the particulate matter that emanates from your kind of burners, please?
Yeah, can I just get my notes out? It's okay. So the particulate matter emissions are no greater than 30 grams per gigajoule of particulate matter, which falls well below the standards set by FDC Environmental Health.
Thank you for confirming that. I have a number of questions to ask officers related to that. But just to sum up then, you are a business who is using this biomass boiler to heat up a kind of a room to keep insects warm that you use for food, for other animals.
That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Miffordin.
Thanks, Chair. Very quick question. You did say in your report that it's only smells or brings smoke when it's originally lit. How often is it lit? Does it go out or does it burn continuously?
So how frequently it's lit depends on the ambient temperature. In the middle of summer, we will need to light it only once every 2 or 3 days. When it's cold in the winter, we'll have to light it every day. In an ideal world, it's only lit once a day, first thing in the morning, and then fuel can be added as needed throughout the day. But it's not a perfect world. Sometimes it does go out. Yeah, and it needs relighting.
Thanks.
Anybody else at all? No, thank you very much. Very interesting. First time we've had anything like that on in the Fenland district planning, that's for sure. Okay. So, members, questions for officers, and Councillor Senate Clough's no doubt got some. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I understand Environmental Health Services went out. Was it just a visit and they were smelling it, or did they take any kind of portable air pollution monitors with them? Do you know? Could you clarify that? Because I'd like to, you know, because obviously air pollution monitors record levels accurately.
I think this is one that I'll defer to Gavin Taylor to come in and answer, Chairman.
Absolutely welcome. Come on back in, Gavin, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. So I'm not certain we've got that sort of level of detail. Obviously, we've got in the report a number of comments from Environmental Health Services. I understand they've carried out monitoring for smoke and odours, it says. They don't provide, as far as I'm aware, the level of detail as to what that monitoring would be. Obviously, they've read the submitted biomass boiler application form that details the level of particulates, etc., that the applicant has just set out to you a short while ago, and they are referred to in that report. So it would seem that the environmental health team have sort of considered, having had a look at the site and also considered this form, that the particulate matter and various other elements of it as well, including operational hours, is suitable in this particular instance. So the boiler details in that report, section 3 of the report, set out that the emission limits will be no greater than 30 grams per gigajoule for particulate matter. I've no idea what that really means, if I'm completely honest, because it's quite a technical exercise, I'm assuming. But certainly our environmental health team have considered that and deem it acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one other thing that hasn't been mentioned is the height of the chimney, which is 5 to 6 metres. And I'm aware that because it's closer to ground level, does that present more of an issue in terms of if there is any pollution? Because I'm aware that biomass burners can emit a number of pollutants, to include nitrogen dioxide, as I said, particulate matter and sulfur dioxide. So the chimney stack height, does that have any bearing on pollution, do you know?
No, I'm afraid I can't answer that question for you. I think that would be something for a technical response, but I don't think we're in a position to be able to provide that. I think in terms of particulate matters, etc., obviously, as I say, that the form that's been completed and submitted, which forms part of the approved details, and indeed that condition that ties to it, sets maximum emission limits. Now, I appreciate, as planners, as an enforcement officer, we wouldn't necessarily be able to go out and identify whether that's being exceeded or not. But I think obviously there's sufficient detail in that form for our environmental health team, should it be necessary, to be able to monitor that to see whether or not there's a breach or not of those proposed limits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're still in questions for officers after all that. Anything else to add to that? No. Okay, so I'd like to ask members to debate the item in respect to the material considerations relevant to the application. You know what to do, Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. I think the applicant's made a very good application here. It's far enough away from most people. FDC have been out and found no major problems, no major issues. The applicant seems to have been able to answer most of the questions, and I think it's a good way to burn old wood or pallets, and there seems to be little or no pollutants coming out of it that were being reported. So I'd support the application.
Thank you, Councillor Gerstner. Anybody wants to add to the debate? Councillor Senate Clough.
I disagree with Councillor Gerstner, thank you, Chair. I don't think I have enough information about the monitoring that's been done to form an opinion on this, to be honest.
That's a fair comment. Councillor French.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. I think our environmental officers are extremely experienced, and they're looking at these things all the time. And I think the information we've got from them is more than enough to approve this application.
Yeah, I said I wouldn't say anything much to replicate things, but I think exactly the same as you and Councillor Gerstner. We've done what we can. The environment team are really, really good, and I think we have to go on what they say. Else, why would we have them in our employ anyway, FTC? So we have to take their advice. So anybody else want to add to the debate?
I should put a caveat on this. It's a small scale biomass boiler, very small in the scheme of things. We're not talking a power plant, but a biomass boiler here. Thank you.
Yeah, move the officers' recommendations.
Okay. Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Miffordin. So we've got to go with officer recommendation to approve this application. Councillor French is going to propose it. Councillor Miffordin is going to second it. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal? Right, without further ado, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor to present application F/YR23/0209 M. It's agenda item number 11. So Gavin, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 10, sorry, if you could scroll through to agenda item 11, sorry.
No worries, Gavin.
Thank you, that's super. Yeah, so agenda item 11 is an application for reserved matters pursuant to access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for 3 dwellings at land southwest of Wisbeach Road, March. This application was deferred from the Planning Committee meeting of the 1st of May this year to allow for the applicant to provide further information in respect of foul drainage connection point, including confirmation of easement rights, confirmation that ground conditions are conducive to the surface water drainage strategy through infiltration or percolation tests, and a refuse collection strategy. Either confirmation of access rights via Woodville Drive or a private collection arrangement. Next slide, please. So just to remind members that weren't at the May committee, this is an application site at Westbury, so north end of March there. Members may be sort of familiar with the site. We've got KFC and the pub. I forget the name of the pub, but sorry, there's a pub to the south of the site. This site sits, as you can see from the aerial there, sits immediately south of Woodville Drive. There's been some new dwellings been erected immediately north of the site in recent years. Next slide, please. This was the indicative outline plan that was submitted at outline stage. This shows the arrangement of 3 dwellings in a sort of a linear fashion, backland, access via Wisbeach Road, as you can see there. Next slide, please. This is the actual committed site plan as part of the reserved matters. As you can see, 3 plots are arranged. Bin collection storage points are to the north of each plot, with an assumption that Woodville Drive would be the access point for that. And you can see sort of parking sits to the south of each of those dwellings, with the main access via the A141 Wisbeach Road, which you can sort of see it coloured sort of pink, which would then extend further southwards and lap round, as I say, via sort of past the KFC, etc., onto the A141. Next slide, please. This is just an indication of the dwellings. I'll skip through these quickly because I don't think there are any concerns raised with the design. So that's plot 1, plot 2, and then plot 3. So very traditional in sort of design, with some features, porches and things like that. It's considered that the general sort of design and appearance of the dwellings are acceptable. Next slide, please. So just looking at some site photos. So the photo, as you can see to the left there, is from a property called Julie Joe, which provides sort of access eastwards onto from 317 Wisbeach Road, and then you can see the properties on the right hand photograph that front along Woodville Drive there on the right hand photo. Next slide, please. So again, this is sort of the access road that runs around KFC, which you can see on that top photograph there, and then runs round to the application site itself. The bottom photographs is a sort of closer up view of that past a little store that stores sort of agricultural machinery, etc. Next slide, please. So the application, as I say, was deferred at Planning Committee on the 1st of May 2024 to allow the applicant to clarify some points in terms of drainage and refuse collection. However, despite a number of requests, we've not had anything further from the applicant that's considered to address any of the matters raised by members. So it's not sufficient to sort of address those matters. Notwithstanding that, however, the previous reserved matters was recommended for approval by officers with consideration that the final drainage scheme would nonetheless need to be agreed through the building regulations process, and refuse collection strategy. Generally, if the applicant can't make that work, they would have to look at an alternative private arrangement. Nonetheless, there is a commitment to deliver a drainage strategy and refuse collection points. So in the event that the applicant then cannot provide or secure that at a later stage through any other consents that are required, then they would need to come back to us. On that basis, the application is still recommended for approval. They're subject to the conditions that are set out in the report there. Proposed condition 6, 7 and 8 of the report seek to finalise matters of that drainage and refuse collection strategy. It's considered that these conditions could be reasonably imposed to make the development acceptable, and that the recommendation can be approved on that basis. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Gavin. Once again, we have no speakers on this application. So we'll go invite members to ask questions to officers. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to confirm, I know it does say up there on the board, but just to make sure my memory is correct, we actually deferred this to ask for further information on the drainage strategy, fell and surface water and bin collections. And I see from the plans that are up there, no change. And it appears that we've had no information back either. And that was the purpose of us refusing the outline application, or not, sorry, deferring the outline application. We've had no correspondence with the applicant. Can you confirm?
Through you, Chairman, yes, the report explains, yeah, we've not had any interaction with the applicant. Thank you.
Extremely disappointing. Anybody else want to come in just for officer? I think it's fairly clear. I don't think there's too many more questions that we can ask, is there? Maybe wrong? No? Okay. So with that, I'm asking members to debate the application in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. Councillor Benny.
Yeah. In view of the fact that we haven't had the information that this committee asked for, I think it's very remiss of the applicant to do that, and therefore we've got an incomplete application. We asked for this information because we wanted it, and we've got an incomplete application. I don't see how we can determine it other than refuse it. I'm sure our head of planning will want this decided today, as he always wants a decision to be made, and I don't think I can approve this one. In fact, that we've asked for this, the committee specifically asked, and the applicant has just totally ignored us, and I feel on that it's incomplete, and we can only refuse it today.
Okay, that's good. Councillor Marks.
Totally agree with Councillor Benny. I just feel that the applicant has basically either ignored us, can't be bothered, and as it's an incomplete application, I certainly will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Senate Clough.
While I agree with both of you, Councillor Benny and Councillor Marks, I suppose on the basis of the information that we have in front of us, we have, we can't punish an applicant because they didn't provide information that can be conditioned, which is being put forward. At this stage, I haven't made my mind up. I've still got an open mind, but I just thought it's fair to say that that can be those aspects, in 6, 7, and 8 can be conditioned.
Another point of view, Councillor Benny.
I thoroughly agree that there are certain aspects of an application you can condition, but we specifically asked for drainage and fair water. And we heard in the previous application, unless my memory serves me badly, that there are problems with flooding and even where the bins go, because the bins are going to be on somebody else's land. And without a bin strategy, again, it's incomplete. And a drainage strategy, we turned one down in Doddington Road, Chatteris, a few months ago because it didn't have a drainage strategy. And, he hasn't come forward with the information we've asked for.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else want to? Councillor Marks.
Regarding flooding, I mean, I've driven that road for the last, when we had the flooding earlier in the year, and there were pumps being pumped out and I know that there was a large quantity of water removed by tanker load, and we're not talking 1 or 2 tankers. The residents actually had to pay. I can't see personally that I could give agreement to this at the present time unless we actually saw what he was going to do as a robust drainage plan. Whereas he hasn't, it would seem to me, been bothered. 6 months is an awful long time to give him grace. I'm sorry, there is no way I can support this.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Benny again.
Yeah. Now, Councillor Marks mentions that. I believe that there was a lady who lived along there, other than Councillor French, lives in one of the bungalows. And the water she was pumping out into the road, and the police came along and said, if you don't turn the water off, we'll prosecute you for pumping water onto the road. And she said, well, my house will flood. And he said, that's tough. We'll still do you. Now, you know, we can't put residents at that kind of risk for something. I mean, we've given the man the chance. We've given him the opportunity to come back. Officers, I'm sure, would have welcomed and, you know, analysed the data. And it's just not there. So it's incomplete application.
Okay, I think probably Councillor Senate again.
Thank you, Councillor Marks and Councillor Benny, for providing extra information. What flood zone is it in? Is it in flood zone 1? Okay, thank you.
Okay, have we all finished? Yeah. Okay, officers, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. Case law is clear when it comes to making determination of a plan application that we cannot refuse something if a condition can overcome the harm. I understand, you know, there is anecdotal and experience of flooding occurring in the situation, and there may be concerns over whether or not the bin strategy can or can't be delivered. But as an authority, we have the power to impose conditions that officers consider safe to impose. There's some level of certainty that they will be able to be delivered. The information is required prior to commencement. The details would be considered fully, assessed, and if found acceptable, would therefore be implemented. It is quite reasonable to impose these conditions. I think particularly taking into account the council's position earlier in relation to the highways, when highways had objected and we thought it was okay to condition. I don't see in planning terms what the difference is here, where, you know, consultees are happy in this situation subject to conditions. And I think it would be a very dangerous position for the council to refuse this application on a lack of information when I think conditions 6, 7 and 8 was it? So yes, we'll be able to ensure that information is provided to the council and we can fully and robustly look at it at the correct time. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, there we are. Officers' thoughts, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I sat in planning training 6 months ago, and we heard about incomplete applications and we heard about complete applications. Now, to me, we have given this gentleman time to come back and complete his application. I still maintain this is an incomplete application. We do not have a drainage strategy. We don't have a dustbin strategy. So therefore, if this is an incomplete application, surely we need to turn this down.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We've been treated with disdain here. And this is absolutely an incomplete, this is the, well, I can't say any more. Councillor Benny.
Yeah. I'm listening to what Matt has said. He's absolutely right. As a council, as an officer, he has a duty to tell us and advise us, but equally we have a duty as the decision makers to make our own mind up, and the committee will make the decision. And if we're wrong, then that comes down to the committee. If we are right, that also comes down to the committee. And it'll be a committee decision. It's not an individual's decision, but from seeing the amount of flooding there was there, I think this man was given a lot of grace, to be truthful. But what we saw back in Christmas last year, I think it was, where there was all those bungalows along that front had pumps running 24 hours a day. And to not come back with a drainage strategy, I think we as a committee, we need to feel confident that whatever is there is robust. And without seeing something, we can't comment on that.
Well, I'm absolutely adamant. I'm going to come back on this. I'm absolutely adamant. If nobody else wants to propose it, I certainly am, and I'm certainly happy to give the reasons for doing so. So we are where we are. Yes, Stephen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I also just add to what Matt has said, that if an inspector disagrees with members that the matter could be dealt with by condition, then there is a risk of costs as well. So I ought to mention that in your fairness. Thank you.
So be it, if that's the case. But we also have a duty to residents in the surrounding properties as well, which I think is a good thing. But Councillor Gerstner.
Before we sum up, Chairman, I hear what the legal officer is saying, but that's setting a precedent, surely, for future people to come along and do exactly the same thing.
Chairman, can I just make a point that, you know, as an authority, we have granted permission for sites with conditions similar to this. We haven't required the information for every site. And, you know, the planning system says that imposition of conditions like this are reasonable. I think Stephen's quite happy to be a little bit more precise with his wording, but as I said, it's a very dangerous position for the council, I think, to refuse this scheme on lack of information. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Councillor Marks, and then I'll come in then.
I think I'll go back to my previous comment. We sat in training. We were told if it's an incomplete application, we shouldn't pass it. And I can't see how we can get away from it not being an incomplete application. Yeah, we can put conditions on, but we need to know what's going on there. We know the site floods. Yes, if it goes to review and we pick up some cost, but actually, surely we're doing our job to actually stand up against this. And I'd happily turn up to any review and state my case. And the case is, the site floods, the applicant hasn't come forward with a robust drainage plan. In fact, he's not come forward with a drainage plan at all. After 6 months' grace, we gave him that grace. And basically, if he's now sort of like turned around and says he's not prepared to do it or whatever, then I'm sorry, it's an incomplete application. I feel we should turn it down.
Okay, I think we're going, oh, sorry, I'll take you, Councillor Benny, then I'm going to finish it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd come back. It was only a month or two ago, we had 2 Doddington Road for 14 houses, and we were told by head of planning again, we don't have a drainage strategy for it. And we turned it down on the very fact that it didn't have a drainage strategy. And when we asked about conditioning it, we were told we couldn't condition it. Now, to me, it looks very similar. We've got the same, because there was no drainage scheme on 2 Doddington Road, and we turned that down on that grounds, when I think certainly myself and Councillor Marks would have supported that application. But we were told that could not be conditioned. It had to have a drainage strategy. So what's the difference between this one and that one, please?
We'll get an answer from you guys, officers. Then I'm gonna ask for a proposal.
Chairman, the applicant has provided some information in this one. It's just that we consider there's a greater level of detail required, which is materially different to there not being any information. And it comes down to our ability to feel some level of confidence and understanding of the ability for the planning harm, so flooding, ensuring, there's no water going out of the site due to the redevelopment of it, as long as this site washes its own face, etc. And there is a certain level of competence that, although that this can be met through a condition, which is obviously where we are. But if members, it's in, as Councillor Benny said, it's in your gift to make a decision as you wish, but I'm here to give advice. My advice would be to consider this matter carefully.
I'm actually interested in this because this was the whole reason we turned the other one down. There was a drainage strategy. It was a discharge point. The strategy was there. It just failed to have a discharge point, is how I remember it. I may be wrong. I'm 60 years old and I've slept since then. So it could be that I've got it wrong. But my memory of that one at 2 Doddington Road, they got a drainage strategy. It was the discharge, and there was talk of connecting in up by Apple Green Roundabout. And we were told we couldn't pass it because it didn't have a drainage strategy. There was information. There's certainly some information in that one. I think if we took this one offline and we had a discussion so we could have a look at it and see where the differences are. But to me, this one has got absolutely nothing there that makes me want to pass it.
Oh, I think we're going round. I think we're going round and round and round. So I'm going to thank you, officers, for the clarification and the advice you're giving us. So I'm looking for a proposal on this. I'm happy to propose it if nobody else doesn't want to. I'll propose that we go against officer recommendation to refuse this. Have I got a seconder? And for what reason? Lack of information by the applicant agent, and also we'll chuck in it's an incomplete application as well.
Could I add to that, Mr. Chairman?
You can.
The fact that we specifically asked for this drainage because as councillors we use our local knowledge, and I know from seeing that with those row of bungalows pumping water out of there onto the road, those houses could flood if this is wrong, and for that reason that is good enough for me. You know, you can prove anything on a piece of paper, but what you see with your eyes is very often a lot clearer, and that was a very, very poor say. If he can come up with a drainage strategy, that's fine, pass it, but that's what I would say.
The ball's in his court. Okay, so I'll put a proposal forward. So could I have a proposal on that? Find me. I've proposed it. Sorry.
Gavin's asked if he can just come.
Sorry?
Gavin's asked if he can.
Oh, Gavin, just quickly, because we've got a proposal together with the reasons.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. If I could just ask, just for further clarification, what those reasons are. I think I've got insufficient information. It needs to be a little bit more precise than that, if I can, Chair. In terms of, are we talking refuse strategy? Are we talking foul drainage? Are we talking surface water drainage? There's three distinct separate areas by which this was deferred last time. It needs to be quite precise in terms of what those refusal reasons are.
They're all relevant. We haven't got a drainage strategy at all. Lack of information on that. Obviously, the refuse, we haven't obviously got any update on that at all, and therefore, so we have lack of foul drainage, lack of ordinary drainage, lack of and also the refuse collection, and it's, in my view, an incomplete application.
Okay, thank you.
And you can put those down with capital letters if you like as well, Gavin, for clarity. So there we are. So we've got a proposal to refuse this application by me, seconded by Councillor Marks. Can we have a show of hands on that, please?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
That application has been refused. Thank you. So we'll go now to application Tom Donnelly, Senior Development Officer here at Fenland, to present application FYR 24-07720, agenda item number 12. So Tom, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for outline planning permission with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 9 dwellings on land south of 4-16 Back Road, Gorefield. The location plan and aerial photograph identify the site as being undeveloped and greenfield in nature. It's bounded to the north and the west by linear residential development along Back Road and Cattle Dyke, with the land to the south and southeast predominantly being undeveloped greenfield land also. An indicative site plan has been submitted showing the properties extending to the rear of the existing development in the locality. The identified access point is located at the northern point of the site in an existing gap between 2 residential properties, with the spine road extending centrally down the site from north to south. The top left photograph is taken from the identified access point looking into the site, showing the boundary treatments that exist on the adjoining properties. And the other 3 photographs are internal views of the site, looking northeast, south and north respectively, which should highlight that the site is greenfield and undeveloped. So in terms of the assessment of the application, policy LP3 stipulates that development in Gorefield should be infill in nature. The site has been identified as backland and therefore contrary to this requirement, which raises an issue in principle with the application. Further to this, the development of the site would introduce a form and character of development that's inherently contrary to the prevailing character in the area, which is dominated by linear highway fronting development along Back Road and Cattle Dyke. And it's also considered that the proposal would not represent efficient use of land as required by the NPPF by virtue of its low density at approximately 7 dwellings per hectare, compared to the general density of the surrounding area, which is estimated at about 15 dwellings per hectare. And finally, the site is located almost entirely within flood zone 3 and fails to meet the sequential and exception tests. So as a result, it's considered to not comply with policy LP14 and chapter 14 of the NPPF. And it's for these reasons that the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. We have a written representation and a speaker on this application. First, I'd like to ask Member Service to read the written representation from Councillor Michael Humphrey on behalf of Gorefield Parish Council. So, thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for not being able to attend today as I have an early evening meeting. I will have to make a submission to be read in my absence. The Parish Council does not support this application and would draw members' attention to our concerns as per the officer's report. The Parish Council is also concerned about the grounds that this application has been brought to the committee and considers that the use of letter templates to support this application is a misuse of the system. I would remind members that Gorefield is designed as a village of limited growth, yet we have permission for in excess of 50 homes still to be built out. The Parish Council would hope that, unlike the application approved against officer's recommendation in August 2023, the Planning Committee members will be mindful to support the officer's recommendation to refuse the application. Thank you. Best wishes, Michael Humphrey, Parish and District Councillor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. Now I'd like to invite Shana Jackson. Of course, she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, Mrs. Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you show... Oh, yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. I'm grateful to finally be here in front of you, as it's taken months for us to get through the validation process after what seemed an unnecessary objection to making the application valid. I'm pleased to present to you this outline application for up to 9 dwellings within the centre of Gorefield. It's quite a unique site in that, despite it being within flood zone 3, the technical flood risk assessment demonstrates that we can achieve bungalows on site. I'm sure you'll agree that this is a significant benefit, as these days it seems quite rare to be able to build bungalows within the district. The application is submitted in outline with all matters reserved. The indicative drawings show that we can achieve a spacious layout which respects the established loose knit of development along Cattle Dyke. I would suggest that it forms a really good transition between the densely built up development which is proposed at Dennick's Yard and the very low density development along Cattle Dyke. With this in mind, I would suggest that the proposed density is appropriate and not harmful, as alluded to in the second reason for refusal. As you'll be aware, Gorefield is classified as a small village where infill development is supported by policy LP3. The site is positioned between the Dennick's Yard development and the established development along Cattle Dyke, and it would infill this part of the village without encroaching further into the countryside than the surrounding development. I would therefore argue that the proposal complies with the spirit of policy LP3 and that it comprises residential infilling within the footprint of the village. I note the reason for refusal with regards to the proposal comprising backland development. However, I fail to see how the site is considered as backland when the scheme can be laid out comprehensively and that it's no different in terms of its locational aspect from the Dennick's Yard site to the east. As part of the submission, we carried out a flood risk sequential test. Given the location of the site within the built-up footprint of Gorefield, the sequential test was carried out on sites within Gorefield. This was the case for the development site to the east, and I therefore see no reason why the same approach cannot be taken in this instance. However, despite us proving there are no available sites for development at lower risk of flooding within Gorefield, we are faced with a proposed reason for refusal, which says that the site does not pass a sequential test, the justification being that the search area should be the whole of the district. I would suggest that this reason for refusal is entirely unreasonable given the location of the site in relation to the village and the fact that the site to the east was limited to the search area of Gorefield for its sequential test. You will note that there are no technical objections to the proposal and the Parish Council has flagged up the road being narrow, however county highways have raised no objection. There are significant benefits to this scheme, which include the provision of new housing within a village, which would help to sustain the amenities of that village, and the fact that bungalows can be provided, which is a rare opportunity within this area. I would suggest that the reasons for refusal are subjective, and that the proposal would not cause harm to the character of the settlement. It would comprise residential infilling, and it's appropriate in terms of flood risk. I therefore respectfully request that you grant planning permission with the conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, clarifications to Mrs. Jackson, please. Yeah, so I'll just have, so can you just tell us why you've just put in for 9, which is maybe the site's underdeveloped for 9, when it could take probably 15, 16, 17. So why just 9?
So what we tried to do, if you look at the development site to the east, which is the Denix Yard redevelopment, that's really dense. And then you've got the Cattledyke development to the west, which is very loose. So what we're trying to do is make sort of a transition between the two. 9 sat really well there. We had to provide biodiversity net gain. So there are areas, there are pockets of landscaping in there as well. And it felt right in terms of the size of the houses and the transition.
Answer. Anyway, any more? Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. I mean, this may come up later on, but the refuge truck, can that get down that access road?
So the layout of the site isn't committed at the moment, but there is scope in there to build it to an adoptable standard so it can have turning for large vehicles, refuse vehicles.
Yes, I know, but I'm looking at the diagram as it is now.
Then yes, it is capable of doing that, but that can be secured later on.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions, clarifications for Mrs. Jackson before we let her go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? Can't see any, thank you. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. You know what to do. Put your hand up if you want to speak. Somebody kick this off, and thank you, Councillor Benny, you're a saviour.
I don't know about that. I look at it, I think this site has merit. I think that this is one of these cases where we get very often they're all crammed in. It's not good use of land, like Hospital Road, where we can't use that because there's not enough depth, there's not enough breadth, there's too much length. And when we get a low density application come in like this, it gets criticised being a low density application. But fundamentally, this is in flood zone 3, and in the planning training we received several months ago, it fails the sequential test and the exceptions test, and for that reason I don't see how we can support this one. But I would only refuse it on grounds of the exceptions test, because if that can be applied, I don't see why. I think, you know, the houses themselves are good houses, solid application, make some lovely homes for people, but it is in flood zone 3. That kicks you off, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor French.
Yeah, I do have to agree with Councillor Benny. I think looking at the design looks good, but you know, it is in flood zone 3. Listening to the application at West Street that you discussed, that is in flood zone 1, because I live just up the road from it, and I can assure you it floods. Disappointing that we haven't got a sequential test properly sorted out, otherwise we could support it. But if flooding could be overcome, I think it looks a good application.
You can. Well, you just come back now. What do you think about it?
Thank you, Chairman. As members know, because I've said it before and I'll say it again, you know, obviously you're in the gift to look at the suggested reasons for refusal and see what you consider demonstrates harm and doesn't, and apply that to the decision-making process. In relation to the point about tandem, development, backland, etc., whether or not you think actually the redevelopment of this site is some level subjective, and you know that is a decision for members to make. One thing I would say, obviously, is when we're looking at the density of site, government guidance is quite clear that we should be looking to deliver the maximum we can on sites that we want to develop. If we think a site is appropriate to develop, we should try to get the right amount of development. The agent has indicated that the density is sort of trying to act as a sort of transition between the more dense development to the east and the lower development to the west. But what I'd like to highlight, if you just look anecdotally, this isn't a formal, if you look down there, you've got, I think it's 8 properties just adjacent to roughly 5 properties on this side. So actually this density in relation to width of sites, or the width of the site, is very, very generous. So, you know, if you would, my advice would be, if members do think this site is developable, is that it should be a higher number actually, which I know probably sounds counterproductive to the point is though, but one is the issue of whether we want to develop on a site for backland development, and the other is do we want to put the properties on? And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, look at there's a high level of landscaping, etc., and a scheme of 9 dwellings doesn't require affordable housing contribution.
Yeah.
Section 106, a scheme of 10 does, and I would suggest that that scheme, if it was to come forward properly, would need to be substantially higher, and it would still be able to be an attractive, well-designed scheme. But if you look at just the plot widths, etc., they do not reflect the adjoining site to, as I'm looking at it here, to the left. And I think there is that is a consideration. So if members, I'm trying to explain why, although you think, it might be nice to have an attractive lower density, 9 dwellings is too low for that site, I would suggest. Thank you.
Yeah, you explained that well, and that's why I was trying to get at with Mrs. Jackson, of course, but then I'll take Councillor Marks and I'll take Councillor French.
Just picking up on that point, time after time we hear amenity space not big enough, we turn stuff down, and then all of a sudden we have an application that's put in front of us where some people actually like gardening and cutting the grass or doing whatever, and they are a lot bigger. Yes, I accept, land usage. However, there are times, different properties. We're not building boxes. You look at stand ground, for an example. Stand ground is awful. Whoever allowed that should have been shot. Honestly, it is that bad. You look, it is so crammed in. We've got a development there that is spaced out. It looks good. However, we still can't get away from the flood zone, and that's the problem.
Councillor French next, then Councillor Benny.
No, I think Councillor Marks summed up what I was going to say.
Councillor Benny then.
Just coming back on what our learned friend here said, if you look at the houses on the left, you have got 8 houses as opposed to 5. But look at the gardens and look at the space around those houses on the left. They would not be built today. You would have, if you've got 8, you'd probably have 16, maybe 20 houses in that space. On the left, it's just as things evolve, and planning is an evolving thing that evolves all the time. And if you read architecture properly, you can drive down a road and you can think, yeah, them houses were built in the 20s, and then the extensions the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, because things change. Land's becoming more valuable, so we do put them a little bit in higher density. And as councillors, do we want to build the Cardier estate at Peterborough, which Councillor Marks has just alluded to? Do we want little boxes full of people crammed in on an area, or do we want some nice houses which are nice for families to grow in? And when you have nice houses, you generally have nice people, and that's what keeps an area nice, and that's why Fenland's a good place to live. So as much as policy may dictate that, councillors know that if you have nice houses, you have nice people, they always generally pay their council tax on time, and that helps us as councillors. And there is a need for a mix of housing. It's not all about providing numbers. It's not all about providing little boxes for people to live in. That's communist Russia. We are not that. So to me, we could argue this. It is very subjective. I could certainly come around. I would support this, but ultimately this is in flood zone 3, and we cannot pass this without exceptions and sequential test on it.
Very well done. Summed up. I'll take Councillor Gerstner.
Yeah. Again, I'm sorry to come back to the committee about being consistent. And if we're starting to approve housing on flood zone 3, we have to be consistent. We can't just do it for one because it looks nice, and it's going to be very nice little bungalows with nice gardens with people cutting grass. That's not the issue here. The issue is, as a planning committee, we should seem to be consistent. Thank you.
But the unfortunate part about it is, and I will come in here, in Wisbech, if you're in Wisbech, a lot of Wisbech is in flood zone 3, and if they were in Wisbech, apart from the density, they would be probably up for approval by the officers. That's the crux of the matter here. So we're not really being consistent, are we? We're being consistent on Gorefield, but we wouldn't be consistent if we were in Wisbech, would we? I think that's the crux of the matter. But anyway. Officers, would you like to say anything?
just one thing, that's, looking at this indicative plan, you've got space for 4 cars, detached garages, etc. While I accept, planning evolves, there's a different mix. I would just implore members to not to still refuse it on the density, because this is very poor use of land as is, and it doesn't mean it needs to be a highly dense scheme, like something from inner city, but I still think you can have very attractive, very nice houses with having a couple more, and that's all I ask. Don't need to debate it anymore, but that's just all I ask members, please. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Councillor French, have you got something for officers?
Yeah, sorry, do you want back first?
Councillor? Go on.
Thank you. Question, and I'm a little confused again because I'm zoning in on the flood zoning, which is, my concern is how can we have bungalows on flood zone 3 that the agent has said should be passed?
Well, yeah, through you, Chairman. Right, this is where you start to get because there is obviously the point about not building flood zones, and then there is the point about trying to overcome the exception tested, like by building them up, etc. We're saying it shouldn't be built. I suppose is the point. Is the officers are saying they should not be built. Well,
But the agent alluded to the fact that there was some sort of loophole, or they had found some way to build bungalows in flood zone 3.
I think we're going down a technical route now. I mean, obviously I just, as it's really imperative that we will take that channel and really make it quick. Yeah. I usually do this, and
I know, thank you. The flood risk assessment was carried out on the basis of it being single-storey dwellings. And if you look at the detail, it does actually say in the flood risk assessment they can be single-storey, and it's at a very low area of surface water flooding, despite it being in flood zone 3.
Okay, thank you for that. So, any more questions for officers before I look for a proposal? No? Finished? Right, so I'm looking for a proposer on this, please. Don't all rush at once. Councillor French?
Yeah, I understand what Matt's saying, and I understand that, but just before I do a proposal, I would point out it is in the countryside, it is in the village, and we do want executive homes, and I think that should be taken into consider. But I don't know how you can go over the flooding, so at this time, I will go with officers' recommendations. Flooding.
Just flooding.
Flooding only.
The recommendation is to refuse. You have to pick the reasons out, but
only flooding. So.
Only flooding. Yeah, that's what we're going to refuse it on, aren't we? Just flooding.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming back to, only on flooding, because if it gets ever to the point where it could pass a sequential test, it could come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
And also to refuse it on the fact that it's low density, it could come back with a totally different application with a block of flats on it. You don't know. You judge each application as it comes in. This is being turned down. It could come back with 12 houses on, because you get about 12 to a hectare, don't you? 12, 14 to a hectare is a rough guide. So, yeah, personally, that's what I would do.
So, just to sum it all up in a nutshell, I think I've got it right. We're just going to refuse it on just one thing, the sequential test. Yeah, just only the sequential test. If they get that passed and flooding issues, it's a sequential test. If they can find some reason way around that, that's the only refusal we're going to do. I'm right in saying, aren't I? Councillor French? Yes. I'm glad you agree with me. Okay, so we've got that with only that refusal. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gerstner? So we've got a proposal to refuse this application just on sequential test alone. It's proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Gerstner. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal? We'll go last but not least. I'll hand over to Tom Donnelly to present application FYR 24/0684F, agenda item number 13. So Tom, when you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application for the erection of 8 dwellings, a 1.2 metre boundary fence, the formation of a new access and creation of a 2.5 metre bund on land north of Hillview, Eastwood End. So the site is located on the southern part of Eastwood End, with new residential development taking place immediately to the east, and with further approvals granted on the southern side of the highway. The application site itself is an undeveloped greenfield site, but does benefit from permission in principle granted under application 220884, which was for permission in principle for up to 9 dwellings. The submitted site plan indicates a single spine road with 4 plots on either side, with the proposed bund to be created along the western boundary of the site to provide screening from the A141. There's one house type that's proposed across the development, with the variety being provided via the handing of the plots and the differing facing brickwork to be used, with the dwellings also benefiting from roof-mounted solar panels to be provided on the front or rear slope, dependent on the plot's orientation. And the dwellings are all proposed to be single-storey in nature, 2-bed properties with integral garages provided. We have some street scene plans also. So some photos of the site, which are currently fenced off from the public highway. You can see on the top right image the existing the development that's currently taking place immediately adjacent to the eastern boundary. And we also have views looking east and west along Eastwood End from the approximate location of the access point. So in terms of the assessment of the proposal, the principle of development considered to have been established by virtue of the permission in principle that was granted. On balance, the design and layout of the proposal is considered to be appropriate in the context of the surrounding area, and there have been no objections received from statutory or technical consultees that would render the application unacceptable. As such, it's recommended that planning permission is granted subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Tom. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Angela Johnson on behalf of Wimblington Parish Council to make her presentation. Again, you've got 5 minutes, Mrs. Johnson. Thank you.
Right, I'm here again as a representative of the council, who have actually objected even as far back as the PIP and still object, but and also members of the community. We realise that this is now the actual full planning application. But firstly, can I just inform the committee that a little over 2 years ago, Wimblington and Stoney Parish Council began developing their neighbourhood plan. And as part of that, AECOM were commissioned to produce a professional researched housing needs assessment and a design guidance and code report. Now, that was for our local area. These reports were completed in early 23, and both unanimously were adopted by the Parish Council, and both copies were forwarded to FDC's planning department. Now, the housing needs assessment highlighted the fact that the village of Wimblington is way above the national average in Fenland and England for built bungalows in our area. And it is also highlighted the higher percentage of people over the age of 60. This PIP application, which was objected by local residents and the Parish Council, has been granted on the corner of Eastwood End Settlement, which is east of the A14.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, your microphone isn't on. It's just been pointed out by our IT system.
I think if it's, I'm just going to interject here, Jack. I think if you haven't had it on all the time, which I don't think you have, I think you'll have to start your presentation again, unfortunately.
I thought I'd pressed it on, actually, sorry.
I
Oh, right. Sorry, Bab?
I saw mine bleep.
Just take that one off and then use another microphone, but our IT team.
So what's the conclusion?
You'll need to say it again because it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't for, so, yeah, unfortunately, sorry, but I think you'll have to start again, Mrs. Johnson.
Angela Johnson here representing Wimblington Parish Council and the local community with regards to the planning application for 8 bungalows. Firstly, can I just inform the committee that a little over 2 years ago, Wimblington and Stoney Parish began the development of their neighbourhood plan. As part of this, that AECOM were commissioned to produce a professional researched housing needs assessment and a design guidance and code document for the local area. These reports were completed early in 2023 and both unanimously adopted by the parish council, and copies were also forwarded to FDC's planning department. The housing needs assessment highlighted the fact that the village of Wimblington was way above the national average in Fenland and England for built bungalows in our area. And it also highlighted the fact of a higher percentage of people over the age of 60. This PIP application, which was objected against by local residents and the parish council, has been granted on the corner of Eastwood End settlement, which is east of the A141. There are no facilities whatsoever on this side of the village, and to reach any of the village facilities, it means crossing the notorious dangerous A141, which I know because I live on Eastwood End. Planning in principle was granted by the planning officer, and now the developers have applied to construct 8 bungalows, which the planning officer has recommended for approval. It is obvious that neither of the 2 professional reports made available to the planning department have been taken into consideration. These reports were produced for a reason, and they are there to support the now drafted neighbourhood plan, a copy of which also the planning department has received, and contains a policy in relation to the housing needs in the neighbourhood area. Why has the planning officer not supported the research housing needs in Wimblington? And why has the developer not been told that there is no further requirement for the construction of bungalows in the village? The design proposal is not in keeping with the surrounding area, a cul-de-sac of bungalows off of a country lane, a proposed palette of materials not consistent with the local built heritage, no specific building materials included in the submission, leaving the developer an open door. This development is near a construction of other dwellings on Eastwood End, and these dwellings are definitely not in keeping with the area in size, in design, in materials and housing needs. Bungalows inherently attract older members of the community. How are they to access the local facilities? If they choose to walk, they have to cross the A141, and if they choose to drive, they still have to cross over the A141. It is affordable homes for the younger, lower paid members of the neighbourhood area that are required, and if the developer is not prepared to investigate this option, then maybe they should look to build elsewhere. Wimblington and Stoney's neighbourhood plan is in the later stages of being completed, and once it is adopted, it is hoped that FDC is adopted by FDC, it's intended that this will have an influence on the further development within our neighbourhood area. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got Councillor French, who wants to ask you some questions, no doubt.
Thank you. Can you tell me when you started your neighbourhood plan, your consultation?
Sorry. We started
actually started in 2022, at the early part of 2022, but actually the whole process didn't actually start until August 2022, by the time we'd got our funding and everything else going.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if you're aware, it is in draft form, so actually that's probably the reason that the planning committee, because it's not been adopted and approved, that is probably why it's not been taken into consideration. But thank you anyway.
The actual AECOM other one, the housing needs has been adopted, and the design guidance and by the parish council, they're different reports sitting alongside the neighbourhood plan.
I don't think they've been adopted by Fenland District Council, and they are the planning authority.
Okay. Councillor Marks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm a little confused. In one breath you're saying we need, or that's for elder residents with bungalows, and they're going to have to walk across the 141, which is a dangerous road. And in the next breath, you're saying about affordable homes. Well, affordable homes to me means young families with pushchairs and buggies that are still going to have to walk across the road to schools and the amenities. So I really can't see the difference there. What confuses me more, and we've just heard about land density and using it in the correct way, are you saying that you feel that it would be better to have houses on there, which I personally think, driving past, would look quite out of character on that part of the road, as opposed to bungalows?
Well, actually, at the other end of that road, our road, there is going to be 9 actual executive homes being built. So this end might have 8 bungalows, but when you get to the other end of exactly that field, you're going to have 9 executive houses. So, you know, it's going to look it's totally different, isn't it? So, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Maybe you don't like the thought of having houses on there, but we've actually got more than enough executive homes being built, and bungalows have been built off of King Street. So,
sorry, just coming back on that. In Mainey, we are very short of bungalows, okay? And it seems to me in Fenland, we are short of bungalows. And bungalows with families, you're talking about families in the village, you know, maybe this releases the elderly people from their houses and releases more houses within Doddington itself, or Wimblington. And equally, we have also recently passed across the road, I think it was 6 or 8 houses literally across the road from there, which were houses again. So I find your argument a bit strange, to be fair.
actually, off of King Street, we've actually had 48 bungalows built, and we've had the second phase of 21 bungalows being built. Off of Eaton Estate, we've included bungalows, the actual developer has included bungalows in that built development as well. So, no, we do have bungalows that have just recently been built.
Sorry, can I just go back? But obviously, the developer has done his homework to find out what is acceptable and what is needed, because he wouldn't build on spec just in the hope of selling something.
I don't know where he's done his homework then, because housing needs assessment was done by a professional research body. So,
okay, so I'll take Councillor Benny first, and Councillor Senetclough or Senetclough first, if you'd like to, whatever. Carry on.
Thank you. Mine is probably a bit of a segue from Councillor Marks. Just for a point of clarification, I understood it that you meant that you do need houses or accommodation, dwellings for families, but you didn't feel that that site was right for either bungalows or the dwellings for families, and that I understand from what you've said that with regard to there being, above the national average for bungalows and people over 60, that you're talking about a more blended community, so that it doesn't just become a place for predominantly people over 60 in bungalows. Is that correct?
Firstly, Wimblington doesn't need any more development. We're actually way over the required housing that we should have had. we should have had 116, and I think we're now into nearly 400 and something. So no, and that's why objections have been made by Wimblington Parish Council and by community residents with the actual PIP initially. Nobody wants any of this development to go on. We've got lots of development going on within the village. So no, we don't need houses. We've already got affordable houses being built on the way into Doddington. There's an application gone through for that. So, and say we've got the 48 that are going on behind Eaton Estate. They're about to be built as well. We've got the 9 at the other end of there. We've got this 8. What we're saying is that we need to actually look at what houses are needed if they're going to be built, and it isn't bungalows within Wimblington.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Benny?
Yeah. I mean, on the other end of the scale, are you proposing that you want more social housing in Wimblington? I mean, generally, everywhere when you propose social housing with flats and all the accessories and the additional things you get with that, most people don't want it. They welcome bungalows. Is that something you'd be looking for in Wimblington? Because we're working on the local plan, we could steer it that way for you if that is what you feel the community would like.
We've actually got social housing, haven't we, going up at the other end, heading out towards Doddington?
Yeah, but you're saying for more housing, you'd rather have a different kind of housing for young people, so you'd welcome more of that kind of housing over bungalows in Wimblington?
And actually, on the responses that we've had for the neighbourhood plan, people also, it's not just the council, it's the community have also stated in the neighbourhood plan questionnaires and that this is what they would like to see. We've got enough bungalows.
I'm sure you could, when we're on the working party, I'm sure we could echo Councillor Johnson's sentiments to the working, or the rest of the working party, Councillor Benny. Okay, anybody else got any more questions for Councillor Johnson? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers, and you've got one, Councillor French.
I have. Neighbourhood plan.
Second speaker, haven't we? Sorry, that's my fault. Sorry. Matthew, Matthew, you're sitting very quietly there, not said anything all afternoon, and I've forgotten you, and I do apologise.
Matthew, do you just want to use that middle microphone just in case? I don't want you to have to... Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, man.
It's all right, no problem. I was waiting to go and get my tea, but yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. This site already has planning in principle for up to 9 plots. We've submitted here for 8 2-bedroom bungalows. I disagree with various bits the previous speaker said. There are bungalows opposite this site. There's a bungalow newly constructed on the corner of this site. So I think this is character of the area. There's no technical objections to this application. We've shown a 6-metre wide drive with a turning head. That was another concern from Wimblington Parish Council, which will allow a bin lorry and delivery lorries to enter the site, turn and leave in a forward gear. And that's shown on our drawing. I spoke to the developer this morning. The spoil that you see on the site there, that will all be used to form the bund, which is to be set adjacent the A141, which is a similar feature that was approved for the 9 plots to the north that Councillor Johnson brought up. We've also submitted a noise assessment which confirms the suitability of the bund. All of this site is in flood zone 1 and the drainage strategy has been provided. It's been designed at greenfield runoff rate, and under items 10.21 and 10.22 the officer is satisfied in this regard. This site came before members 2 years ago as planning in principle, and the officer then recommended approval. And that was supported by members. This application again is in front of members with an officer recommendation of approval. The officer's report sums the application up very well. We submitted this application, it was validated the end of August. 3.5 months later, we're here in front of this planning committee, recommendation for approval. We've had a good service here from officers, good service. I'll pick up on a few things the previous speaker said. With regards to materials, the developer cannot just do what he likes. There'll be a condition and he'll have to agree bricks, tiles with officers, and we'll work with officers on that. The actual layout of this site is largely dictated by, there's a water main at this site. We've had discussions with Anglian Water. We have approval from Anglian Water to do some trial holes to find it. We've done those. We've accurately set out where it needs to go. The surface, we've had discussions with Anglian Water in that regard. The actual amount here, we've shown 8 two-bed bungalows, and when you look at the actual site, some cases there's way more than a third garden area. And listen to the previous application at Gorefield, if we'd have put in a lot less, it may have been recommended for refusal, inefficient use of land. So we have looked at that, and as we've just heard, on the other side of the bypass, as Councillor Johnson brought up, there's 40-odd bungalows that are being built. Some of those are completed and sold. There's a need for bungalows. The developer here, we've worked a lot with the developer, is not going to build someone he doesn't think he can sell. So we've gone in for bungalows. If we'd have put in for large properties like there are directly to the east, there could have been overlooking. We've gone for bungalows, small scale. The developer, Savage Developments from Mainey, are extremely keen to commence works on site, and they are the builders who constructed the houses directly to the east, which are still being constructed for different owners. Archaeological excavation has already been commenced. The footpath and the access, as you can see on the drawing, the local contractor, Rutherford Construction, has already been instructed to provide all those details. He's a Cambridgeshire County Council approved contractor. These bungalows are deliverable by a local builder, and this site and this application has an officer recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Hall. Members, questions, clarification, Mr Hall, and you have one, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I have a couple. Firstly, the footpath that's proposed on there, obviously there isn't one there at the present time, but that will give access up to the 141 to the crossing, although it's not a proper crossing, it will sort of give wheelchair whatever access to there.
So the footpath here in front of this site and the other sites to the east, I think there's still some setting out pegs. MTC produced the design. There's been a lot of discussions, probably for over a year with Cambridgeshire County Council about the footway. I believe technical approval has been given, but that would link all the ones that are already constructed and this site to that A141 crossing, yes.
Great, thank you for that. And secondly, just on the view of bungalows v houses, the applicant or the developer, I take it, has done his homework and decided that the bungalows are the better way forward.
He spoke to local agents. We done, I think it even says in the bottom right hand corner of the drawing, it says scheme 2, so we've done a previous scheme. This scheme's been progressed with bungalows. There are large properties on the other side of the road, which I happen to think look very nice, to be honest. What a nice area. We could have looked at larger buildings, but we'd have had a lesser density. But he has done his research for bungalows. There's been a lot of amendments on the actual bungalow itself to get things, garages, etc., etc. So he has done his research, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, anybody else at all for Mr Hall before we let him go? No burning desire, thank you very much. Now we will go to officers. Members, questions to officers at all? Councillor French.
Thank you. Can officers give us an update or information of the parish's neighbourhood plan? Yes, it's only been a year. I know when March did our neighbourhood plan, it took 4 years to get adopted, because obviously there's certain things it has to go through. And I am assuming, so the question is, I'm assuming that it's not far enough along for it to be taken into consideration, and that's the reason that officers would not have mentioned it under a PIP.
Thank you, Chairman. My understanding is that the consultation ran for 6 weeks from October, or the end of October this year, through to the 9th of December this year. Obviously, it's not adopted, so it's not part of the local plan. Evidence base is for it, are still material consideration, just like any piece of evidence is, but it's not considered to be of such a substantial weight that it results in a reason for refusal around housing mix. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Marks?
Could officers just confirm also, we've got a 2.5 metre height of bund there. What's the actual height of the bungalows?
More than that.
Do you, Chairman? Yeah, unfortunately we've not got the information definitively to hand. We can try and work out if you want, because we'll have to log on to our system to get the measurement of.
Can we have just a small guesstimate?
More than the 2.5.
Chairman.
The agent might be able to.
The agent Chairman.
Yeah, just come, Matthew.
To the eaves level where the gutter is, they're about 2.6 metres, standard height, 2.6, 2.7. To the ridge, from my memory, they're about 4 metres, 4.5 metres typical height for a bungalow, yeah.
So they're basically not going to be virtually to be seen from the 141 anyway.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So we're still with any questions, clarifications to officers? No? No, looking round? No. So we're closing that. So we're going into debate now. Who carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think this is a good application. It's nice to actually see bungalows, because we are very short of bungalows across March. I do understand that Eastwood End is quite a dodgy road to come out, and I have been working with County Council highway officers to see if we can improve that, see if we can bring it in with the March neighbourhood plan. But that obviously isn't in relation to this. But I fully understand the amount of vehicles come out there, and including HGVs. So as a county level, we're looking at it. But as far as the application goes, I think it's a good application. I think it's nice that somebody is actually looking to do a mixture, and not just all affordables, but looking at, and especially a 2-bedroom bungalow. I'm not sure whether Councillor Johnson was actually saying that she doesn't want the old fogies living in the village. Well, I'm getting to be one of them. I might want a 2-bedroom bungalow instead of a 5-bedroom house.
Yep, I wouldn't say you're an old fogey, Councillor French, far be it. Councillor Marks, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you. I have to say, I do agree with Councillor French, apart from her getting old, because that would be rude.
Yes.
What I would also say is I think bungalows are needed. I think there is certainly within our area, mainly we are short on we're short on buildings. We've got 35 going through at the moment, and I believe most of them have already been earmarked for sale, or sold, I should say. The other thing about it is, I do think, and I do agree with the councillor regarding the 141, maybe though Wimblington Parish Council could look at an LHI to get traffic lights or some sort of crossing there. Councillor French is now waving at me.
That's what I'm looking at. Not under a local highway. It's too expensive under a local highway.
As I say, I fully support this application.
Okay, we're still in debate. Have anybody else got to add to it? I think we've got a steer of where things are going. Nobody's got a burning desire to add to it. Right, I'm closing the debate then. Officers, no. Looking for a proposal then. Councillor French, what are you proposing?
Here's officers' recommendation.
That's been approved then. So that brings us to the end of today's planning application, and it's roughly 20 to 6. So thank you very, very much for the good debate we've had today. Lovely, thanks.